journey, like a scum.
Got your feet up on his couch.
This a mid journey? Sure is nice in here. Mm, let me make something with no hair.
Put,
Yeah.
we'll put glasses on the coffee table with no coasters.
I think I heard
Oh,
him
that
come
shit
in.
pisses me the fuck off. Like, don't ruin my fucking tables, dude. You're not cleaning that shit. Bro, I didn't spend all this fucking money on coasters for your jackass to fucking put it on the
He's
table.
gonna just come in here like a savage and just
Fucking
place
sit
these cold
outside
ass
and drink
cups
your shit.
on this fucking mahogany. You
Yo!
fucking crazy, nigga. You fucking
You know how hard it
crazy.
is to clean
This
that
is
shit with a
fucking
child?
cherry wood, you son of a bitch.
I gotta
Top
never
of the class.
you a grown ass person. No, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I'm getting so mad with that shit. That shit a warp, and then what are you gonna do? You gonna pay for it? You gonna pay for it? Damn.
No.
Who gonna stay in this? Who gonna stay in this?
Who's gonna
Me,
say,
nigga? Me? I look like Bob Villa, nigga? No.
this man? That's why I don't invite people to my house. They don't know how to act.
Alright,
They don't know how to act.
fucking shit up, yeah.
They
We
see all
fucking
these
shit up.
toasters and be like, you know what? I'm gonna sit it on the
Yeah.
table. This bitch.
Yeah. That shit is heartbreaking. With a large bottle of water.
I
Mad random.
Oh, that was my signal to let you know I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, Lewis, man, that shit popped
Oh.
up in my Facebook memories, and I was like fucking dead. I said, God damn, I remember this shit. And I wasn't even in New York for that. I was so upset that I missed that reunion.
Yeah. You were in the.
I mean, I'm glad you tagged me in it back in the
Virginia,
day, so
yeah.
I can always follow it. But I was upset that that was like, I think that was the first year I couldn't make it back when you guys were all going. I think I had to like deploy or some shit.
I feel shitty that we haven't had a reunion in a while.
Well,
Shit was fun. You know what's
I'm
funny?
going to St. Louis. I'm going to St. Louis next year in March.
I'm sorry to hear.
Oh,
that,
you
my
are?
friend. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, so the
shit.
conference that I just went to this past weekend in Arizona, they're going to do next year's conference in St. Louis in March,
man.
March 14th to the
Alright.
16th, I think.
You got,
So don't
y'all
leave
all
Yeah.
gonna be
town.
downtown and shit. They be downtown.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Be
still have
careful.
too many
Be
convention
careful, nigga.
centers. So I mean, I
Yeah.
don't
What
know
happened?
exactly which one you're going to.
You saying I should wear a bulletproof vest or something?
Yeah,
It's clear. Yeah,
yeah.
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 No, that's all good, man. I grew up in Central Islip. I'll be
Oh,
all
you
right.
talk about the American Convention Center?
It's not the same. It's not the same.
No, I know
It's
they're
not
going
the
to do it
same.
at the hotel.
It's not
These
the-
Oh,
motherfuckers
okay.
in St. Louis.
not
They
the
have
same.
no
Well, they do it at the
respect.
hotel. You're not going to be off.
I mean,
off
I grew up in
No,
Central
we're
Islip.
gonna be
The
in
shit
the
definitely does
hotel.
not sound the same.
You talking about
Visiting all
off? You
their
talking about off?
conference
Of,
centers and shit.
you talking about off of Washington?
Yeah, but I'm gonna stay for a couple extra days afterwards so I can chill with you guys.
That'd be
It-
all right.
All right, good. I'll have to.
You
I'll
saying
open-
on Washington?
I will open up my schedule.
I don't know what hotel it's at yet. Like they just put out that that's the location. The next one's gonna be in St. Louis.
It'll probably
So-
be down. Yeah, it'll definitely be
Yeah,
down.
I mean, it's
somewhere.
probably going to be off.
It'll be
Yeah,
downtown.
Off Washington.
know.
I get to go to
Yeah,
these
I
conferences
already-
for
I already
free
know.
because they have me speak at them. So
It'll be
It works out
downtown
pretty good.
it'll be downtown because because they know people that are in St. Louis are probably gonna want to fucking catch a fucking ball game.
Cardinals?
no, well it's gonna be March. So there won't be a ball game. We could probably catch a
Oh,
hockey
it's
game.
March. Yeah, they're big hockey
No, they
fans
say-
here.
Well, no, they
Oh,
got
They got
the
big hockey
soccer
fan here.
stadium now.
The
so you
soccer
probably-
stadium.
Yeah, you're probably gonna see the Blackhawks get down.
Yeah.
That's down. That's
Oh,
down
they
the
put this. They
block
got
from
that.
me.
They got the soccer stadium up.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
not
that
just.
means you're right there by across the street from the dispensary that I'll be delivering to.
Yeah, bro. There's a. I was amazed. I was like, oh shit. I walked around the corner by like
Oh,
The grace
it's
of God. Like a
legal there?
dispensary just appeared
Oh,
before
you're-
me. I said, "Oh
Yeah,
wow!"
I've
I
been
just
to that
walk in
one.
here and get a joint.
A wild dispensary has appeared.
Oh, your spiritual lettuce, the devil's lettuce. No one
Yo,
like
smokes
so
Al Bundy
okay,
walking in that
hey,
motherfucker.
so
That was so out of
while
place. Fucking
I was in
hilarious.
Arizona, while I was in Phoenix, right? So it's legal there. I
Mhm.
did that shit for the first time.
That shit
What?
pushed you in your
Welcome.
ass, didn't it?
Oh,
I called
shit.
Darren. I was like, yo,
You were lit. You were
That shit
fucking
pushed you in your ass.
lit.
but yo,
Yo.
the first time didn't like I didn't really there was nothing, right? And then the second time, like this other person
Yeah.
had some good stuff.
Mhm.
Mhm.
The next day, and I was like, okay, I think this is what it's supposed to feel like.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
because
too.
the first time around, like your the way that your liver processes it, it's like it's just like, all right, this is a foreign body, let's just flush it out. But then the second time around, like I feel like your body kind of just recognizes it as like, all right, it's okay. Just pass it through the liver and into the brain like we normally would do any other molecule, and that's when it hits you. But I bet
That's
you when it did
wicked.
hit you, what's the first thing you ate?
And I had a couple cocktails before, so I was
Oh
like,
damn,
yo.
yeah, super lit. What did you eat? That's my question. What was your first
Yeah.
meal? I would guess it tastes good as fuck.
So I did all that shit on an empty stomach.
Oh no wonder it hits you directly.
Yeah. So like the last thing I'd ate before that was breakfast. No, I had lunch. And this was
Oh,
at
no.
like 8 o'clock at night. We were having this like Cinco de Mayo thing at the conference, and everyone's like, "Oh, let's go to this block party afterwards." I was like, "Well, if I'm going to be going out to a block party, I need, I'm going to need to get a couple more drinks in me." They're like, "Oh, here, use this little pen thing," and I'm like, "Okay."
Uh-huh. Well, next time you get high, like get something to eat. It doesn't really matter what it is, but I mean, pick your
I mean,
favorite.
I crushed a
Get
pizza that night,
Yeah.
but
Oh, okay, there you go. Like
I was trying to get tacos though, man. I was so mad. I was like Cinco de Mayo. I'm in Arizona. I'm trying to get some fucking tacos, and the goddamn like nobody had like
You could
any
get
type of
tacos in
vegetarian options.
Arizona?
So
Oh,
Huh?
you could get vegetarian options. Okay. They called you a
Yeah,
bitch
yeah.
and said there's no vegetarian options.
get the fuck out of here.
Nah, I'm not. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
They be
You were about to get this Beyond Meat in your mouth.
That's beyond meat in your mouth.
No, thank you. No, thank
Hey, you can ask
No,
some of
thank
these other guys. Don't challenge me with a good time.
No,
Don't
thank
challenge me with a good time.
No, thank you with your aggression.
Carlton is a
Oh
wild
shit!
beast, boy. Carlton is wild.
Yo, Cav don't play. So. I remember that day Pagan's like, well, we'll whoop it out
Oh,
then.
man, I used to be back.
Okay.
What up?
Oh,
I'm
shit.
not gonna lie. This map of Galeron is way more extensive than Faerun. This shit is bigger than the Faerunian map.
Shoot,
That's
that's and you know what?
Look,
That's
it's got mountains down.
that,
It's got mountain ranges.
that's
down
that's
here.
only showing like the two main continents. There's still like 4 other continents.
Damn, how do you travel this without interdimensional magic? You be here
All right.
forever.
Where? We all good to go?
It's not zooming or anything for me.
We all good to go?
Nah, Mike said he's having zooming problems on his map.
No, I'm good. I'm just refreshing D20. Oh, roll 20.
Oh, okay.
Good.
I bet.
9 point.
Kick it off, dude. Let's go.
He refreshed that shit. Kicked them out. There he
Oh,
goes.
dude. There we go.
No, I'm still in Discord. It's loading back up.
Oh, okay.
That's right. We just got covered in
I hear
toxic
you.
ooze in the church, right?
Hold up.
Nah, we're
Why am I
past
missing
that.
characters?
Nah, we right where we finished whooping that snot ogre fucking.
I thought there was we were on a
and we
hunting
stopped.
trip. All of us except for
No.
Icarus and Wayland.
We were past that, yeah.
Oh right,
Okay.
we're walking
Yeah.
towards we were walking towards the boar
Okay.
hunting fucking thing. Really? What the fuck?
See, I don't remember that. I remember us
I
getting
don't
covered in
remember that.
snot
I don't
and then
remember that
and then
either.
And then I remember
No.
niggas didn't even
talking
get their
about
shower yet. What was
we
going
were,
on?
we
Chris?
were talking about going boar hunting, but we hadn't left.
I
the
don't remember
graveyard
any
yet.
of it.
We were
What
talking about
what-
getting
no.
a shower because
Yeah, what
they were
hap-
saying they were gonna eventually start taking
What happened
fucking
was-
penalty
Ow, fuck.
saves.
Hit my
Some
knee.
shit.
Shit. What happened
Okay,
was
Peter Griffin.
No, you got me thinking of
The guy said,
Oh shit. Anyway.
You remind me of that freaking that video with the black dude who's walking and he's talking some shit and then he like slides on ice and he's like, oh shit. Camera like that was like 180, bro. That's what you remind me of.
No, okay, so what happened was your characters had just finished dealing with the skeletons and the plague ogre zombie at the boneyard, and you know, you got some like information on like you learned some new like clues and information on like kind of what it was about. I mean, there's still some mystery behind what was going on, but the sheriff is like, I'm gonna go report this and find out some more information, and I'll be I'll be seeing you around. Enjoy the town, and if I may need your help again at some point in the future. But he was like, oh, Foxglove was at the inn looking for you guys. He's mentioned something about a boar hunt that he invited you on, and that's when your characters were like, oh yeah, and then you were like, all right, we're gonna go back to the Rusty Dragon Inn and clean up. So like, I guess the group is back at the inn, deciding what to do next after they clean up. Like, actually, when you go in there in the tap room, by the bar, and he was like talking to like some of the servants that were there, is Foxglove, and like he turns around and he sees your group, and he's like, and he goes, ah, there you are.
I go to shake his hand, but I'm covered in all that shit.
Who all's
Make him do
in
the
here
face
right now?
too.
Everybody.
So all right, he shakes your hand, and then he kind of like, you could tell like on the look on his face, like he's trying to maintain his composure, but at the same time he's like nonchalantly takes out a handkerchief and like while he's greeting you and shit.
Wipes off his hand like
wipes it off.
Peasant.
So
Wipe off this filth before you touch me.
he goes, yeah, I have just recently heard that you went with Sheriff Belor to the boneyard. And he's like,
no shit.
and he goes, I was just getting my preparations ready to go to the Tick Wood to hunt some boar. Was wondering if anybody was still up for the offer from yesterday.
Well, I believe we've had our warm up. Boar hunting sounds nice, but pardon me because I have to clean first.
Oh, yeah, that's understandable. I'll be here waiting, and hopefully we'll catch ourselves a big one, and we'll bring it right back to this inn and have ourselves a feast.
While hunting does sound
I just
very
walk out of
fun
there.
and invigorating,
Yeah,
I
I
think I've
follow.
had enough action for today. In fact, I am going to take this time to go and do some things that are a little more cerebral, if I may put it that way. I'll take you up on your offer maybe some other time.
Did
Oh.
we sell all that goblin shit and whatever we looted them for? We sold that, right? Did we get a number for that?
They don't want that goblin shit.
I didn't see that happen in WhatsApp for downtime, so I'm assuming we did not.
3 gold.
All that goblin wears is probably fucking exactly silver pieces anyway.
They don't
Yeah.
want that shit.
I already know who the
I'm going to
I'm
shower. I'm just gonna go change the showers.
I mean, then again, some armor smith or weaponsmith might break it down for parts. I mean, you know.
True.
Yeah, I mean
Maybe I could break it
the dog slices go for 4 gold pieces. each, and the horse choppers.
This is the shit we should have did. Out of
Yeah, I didn't wanna do
That's
that.
what I was
over the
saying. I didn't
week.
see
Yeah, I
the
want to
book
do that
that
right
That's
now.
why I did not want
I
to
don't
hear
want-
about money right now, son.
No, I know. I'm
I'm
just
good.
letting
Do
the.
that-
I
let's
mean,
do that after the
that can
session.
be done. Yeah, later on. I'm just letting y'all know. The horse choppers
good.
go for about 5 gold each, and
I just
believe
asking.
I
Just
believe all the
asking.
goblins had
I want to buy some.
they
on
had
the way
light
out.
wooden. They had small. I should say small because they're gonna be cheaper. I mean, they're not gonna sell as much. Small light wooden shields and small leather armor. Yeah, small leather armor. I think the commander was the only one wearing studded, but I'll put it all together and throw it in
That little
WhatsApp.
girl needed that
so.
armor too.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Icarus also says, I agree with Waylon. Boar hunting, I don't believe that's my thing. Plus, really going out into the woods probably wouldn't be the safest for me. So I know that there are people in town that still need aid, and that means my services will be needed here. So I will be staying in town and helping some of the civilian people.
Icarus, where do you plan to stay? Because after I am done gallivanting around town and finding out what is what and who is who, I need to find you and really question you about your practices in the art.
Normally stay at the cathedral, but yes, we can gladly talk about it because I'm very interested on how you make your wares.
Oh, you want to know how I style? Okay. We'll trade secrets. I got you. Don't worry about it.
Foxglove looks
And
pretty
It's
disappointed.
okay if the two of you don't come because if they want the board dead, that's why I'm going.
What are you talking about, Canteen? Is this man's memory really that short? You are Elven, so your memory should be extremely good. All you have to do is sit down and go into the revelry, and you can pick out any single memory you want. Case in point, in the last fight that we had, let me ask you, Calvin, what did you hit? Did you hit anything, Calvin?
Yeah, I'm going off of what you told me.
He's like, I wasn't.
Yeah,
looking at
you
it."
missed. You missed a whole lot. You tried your
You
best,
told
but there's
me-
a whole lot of
Oh, come on, man.
Gwenda, man,
guys-
can you chip in for me? Maybe it is me who is off, but I
Vladimir is
remember
eating a piece of bread in his pocket, and he's like, "This one has nothing to do with me, brother. it's very possible Caldum had a bad day or something. Maybe he did not eat like I am trying to eat now. I don't want to be a part of this."
I had slippery fingers from the slime.
I don't think he's the only one that had a bad day. A lot
Is he
of my
saying that
bad
really?
days-
Because that will be after the fight.
Oh, shit.
This man never read.
There's no way out of this. This memory is looking a little sus right now.
The sun was in my eyes.
We fought at night.
Okay, scrap what I said from the record.
Nope.
No,
I
it
was
has
about to
been
say,
said.
you
In
can't-
character, so.
It's in character. Callum's giving excuses like, no.
That's what happens when
Tell
he
me
has
that
to
I'm
when he
over there
can't show up.
swinging
Then
and ripping all the time. I asked, I said, "Oh, did Caldum die?" He's like, "Oh, Caldum didn't even get touched." So I'm like,
Yeah,
"Okay."
he didn't touch anything.
That's
And he's
exactly
like,
what I
okay.
"He didn't
said.
tell me that Caldum also didn't touch anything."
That's exactly what I said. You were like, did Calvin hit?
I mean, did
And
I
was like,
chip a rib on a skeleton
No.
or something?
He's like, did
Oh my
Calvin
God.
get hit? And I was like, worse, Calvin didn't hit anything.
You did not say that to me.
I
You did
don't
not
think you
say
got
that
the
to me.
joke. I said,
I
Yeah,
said,
see?
did Caldum die? You said Caldum didn't get touched. And then you didn't say anything else,
no,
bro.
I
You
really
left
Where
got
did I
no
no
feel that fight?
Go back and look. I cracked the
No,
joke.
man,
so you missed
I
it.
have my notes. I have my
Brothers,
notes typed up
brothers,
right here.
brothers.
They arguing in character right now. You just see Callum.
brothers. As fate would have it, Caldum did not have to slay anything on our last venture to the boneyard. That is all that happened. That is all. Okay? Let's leave it at that.
Do not worry, big brother.
It's
I just
Your
want to
little
make
brother
sure
here.
the rest of you have your time to shine as well.
Do not
Everyone
fret,
will
little
have their
brother.
time to shine as long as it's.
Is he really saying that? Everyone should have their time to shine?
Oh yeah, I did just say that.
Don't worry, big brother. I peeped exactly what the problem was. You were trying to get a position, but you could not actually make your way around without cover. So what I am going to do is I am going to work on the cover for you. And if I happen to have the skill, maybe down the line, I will go ahead and do you the favor of crafting you a better sickle, because the sickle you have right now is not working for you, my friend.
So you tried to range attack him with his stuff. I remember that.
Yeah,
I think he was using his bow a lot.
He was using his bow. He was using the bow
and then a lot of all the
because
precise
he couldn't get
Right.
he didn't have room to get in melee with them, so he was just using his bow. All right.
Right.
Foxglove looks pretty disappointed, but in particular,
Excuse me, damn.
that not Luna. Well, I said Luna. Icarus. I am.
His name is right there.
I know.
Wrong campaign.
What is wrong with you?
Wrong campaign. Anyway,
Yeah, son.
the same players, but I
That's
got both characters in my head when I see the same
he
players.
getting some of this. He wants to give her his dick. That ain't fucking happening.
Anyway, yeah.
He does though.
Looks a little disappointed as soon as Icarus, and he looks to her, she's like, "Oh, are you sure you just can't have take some time and have a little bit of a day off?"
Yikes. He kind
Can
of.
I roll a sense motive to see what he's putting
Yeah,
down?
me too. Hold on. Sense motive. Don't I? No, I don't. This bitch is stupid.
You can roll sense motive untrained.
Yeah,
I have a rank in it.
You don't need to be trained in it. You can roll it. There's only certain skills you got to be trained in to use. Which the only way to be trained is just to have one rank in it. So.
Ooh, 15. That's decent. And I got +0, so you know.
All right, where's mine at? I'm gonna do that too.
Icarus is a little just a little aloof at what he's saying. Probably kind of gave it a little thought at what he said, but like didn't really think much of it after that. Waylon caught on to. He could tell that he's the guy's got a kind of a thing for Icarus there.
That motherfucker like tall bitches.
I got him a thing there. Got a little attraction.
That motherfucker like
little attraction there. Caldum as well. Caldum catches it anyway. So I mean, that's what he suggests. I don't know what Icarus's reply was to that, but
well,
I look over at Calvin with the awkward face.
Icarus goes, well, I guess it couldn't hurt.
Oh,
As soon as
And
she said
I nod at
I'm
Waylon to show him that I understand what picking up what he's putting down.
When
He's
on
like,
that note,
okay.
I will be taking my leave.
he goes, it'll be an honor for your presence to be graced at this event,
So
my
if anyone
lady.
needs healing there, I can supply some aid as well.
Oh yes, especially especially if we find us the mightiest of the boars in the Tickwood.
This nigga doesn't care about that boy right now.
I think we all need to get this slime off.
So your characters get themselves ready,
I wish I made
cleaned
that
up.
sense motive check.
When you go outside the inn, Waylon makes his way towards where he had gathered info about where he he knows where he wants to go. Like he's had time yesterday to like get the ins and outs of where certain places were at.
Wait, before they head out, Icarus looks at Waylon and she goes, "That does not mean we still won't have our talk, Waylon. I'm still interested on your wares and your skills."
I am from now on to be an all family. I'm just going to refer to you as. Let me give you a little advice, please. Do not plan so far ahead. It seems that your boar hunting expedition may wind up wearing you out a little more than you think before the end of the night.
I can't stand you. And she. All right,
And as Waylon says that, Caldum gives out a very quiet chuckle.
she has no idea what
You
he's talking
still
about.
didn't get it.
Still didn't get it. Well,
Foxglove turns to Waylon. He goes, "Oh, sir, do not worry. You two will still be able to have your meetup later. This won't take more than a couple of hours at the most, possibly."
Whaler busts out laughing and be like, "What stamina?" And then walks.
she looks so confused, and she goes, "Well, I hope that I'll still have some sort of energy by the time we're done with this. I'm sure I'll be able to manage pretty well."
Oh man.
Calvin
The
Nash.
boar won't be the only thing getting poked.
That bitch is oblivious. She is oblivious.
I'm pretty sure the two monks with their wisdom score didn't even have to roll sense motive. They caught it already.
Where is her?
Let me
Oh,
get
I
these
see it.
rolls out the way.
+1. All right. Foxglove has like 3. You can see that he has like these 3 like younger human male retainers, like servants, to like help out with the horses that he got everybody that was coming along. So this man putting out the works.
All the stops. All the stops.
How big is the party? Is it just us,
That's
or is
going.
it more
It's
people?
everybody but Waylon. Waylon went out to get some
This
business.
motherfucker trying to wine and dine a bitch. My God. How old is he? That motherfucker gotta be like 40.
Honestly, I don't think I have an age, but I'm assuming he's like in his late 20s.
Oh, he's a young one. Wait.
How old am I?
All these
That's the next question. How
Oh,
old is Icarus?
All
Icarus
these
is in her 30s.
existential questions for the characters.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll figure
Looks
that
like,
out
how
later.
old am I? What is
I
age?
need to know the average age of Azamars.
In the age of enlightenment. Anyway, so with that, I mean, you guys mount up, and Waylon departs with whatever
160 years.
with whatever departing gesture he chose to make.
The bird.
Shaka.
So where's Waylon off to?
Well, the first place he was gonna go off to was, I remember talking to the jeweler. I forgot the jeweler's
Jacob.
name.
It's
The
about Vent. You talk about
yeah.
Vance or Zant.
like-
It's Vance or whatever the name is.
the jeweler's name is
Right.
Maver
Jacob.
Kesk.
Anyway, okay, so I was
Maver
talking to Maver, and then
Kesk.
Maver told me,
Oh, Kesk, my fault. Oh.
I was asking Maver
Gotta
about
use your handouts, take them notes. All that.
I was asking Maver about
Okay.
a place to purchase fine fine clothing, and he told me about the shop that sells like high-end clothes. So I was gonna go there and then meet with her. I remember him saying it was a woman, I believe, that ran that shop.
What money you think you got?
I'm not going to purchase them. I'm going to make contact and gather
Oh,
information.
okay. Okay.
Window shopping.
Yeah, I'm broke, so that's what we do. Maver Cast guys.
So at Vernus Fine Clothing, it is owned and operated at this the clothing shop of Vernus Fine Clothing is owned and operated and has been for the last several years by a half-elf woman.
Elvin too. Okay.
She is half
Oh.
elven, the only daughter of Verna. Father unknown.
All right.
except for the
Yeah,
fact
that's
that from what you've learned was that apparently he was killed by goblins less than a week after Rinshin was born.
oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, so she's a widow?
Not the owner. The owner's mother is a widow. The owner's father was an elf, an elven bard, in fact, who was quite the talk of the town before his death.
So what you're saying is she needs a father figure in her life. Waylon can fill that void.
She's looking for a stepdad. Mm-hmm. How big are them titties?
This guy.
How old is she? We want the
Whoa,
deets.
Um,
Waylon's trying to marry into some fucking money,
he said
son.
trying to
I don't
marry
think
into-
I don't think he's above that. I don't think he's above that.
This dude wallet.
All that charisma, you're gonna leave all that money on the table? I really doubt it, bro. I really doubt it. I really doubt it. The deep veils need to
Rinshin,
expand and
anyway,
grow.
Rinshin acquired the shop from when her mother,
Yeah.
from when her mother was at
Do it for me then.
from when her mother was killed. Her mother was he had learned, that her mother was actually murdered in town.
See?
And that she
Make a quest out of it.
she expanded the tailoring business that her mother had founded, and even founded a guild that brings together dozens of quilters, crafters, sewers, and tailors so they can sell their wares at the shop. Rumors has it she's looking into opening a shop in Magnamar as well, but
Oh, this is
has yet to find a partner with whom she trusts.
There may be some truth to what Quindamir was saying.
nah.
Quindamir is a fucking fortune teller, man. Talk about, son. I'm telling you your fortune. You about to find love, fortune. Come on, man.
And as one of the townsfolk had mentioned to Waylon with a quick wink was and like the last thing that they had that townsfolk had said to Waylon was, and yes, you'll have quite the competition with suitors.
I remember him saying this.
With suitors. If those happen to be among your goals, and the townsperson was like wink wink, like as in Rinshin's known for like is known for being like one of the beautiful citizens of the town. Like, she's smoking hot, pretty much. But she's spurned off all suitors. She's like, nah, chill with that.
It's about that money.
So that's what that's what he's the gist of what he's gathered while during yesterday's events, prior to the obviously before the goblin attack. So yeah.
So he makes his way towards that shop.
You go to the shop. And you see quite a few people. You can see like you can see some workers going into like a back room with like their tools for like sewing and tailoring and.
Oh, I'm paying close attention to that. As a matter of fact,
you see a few other people like talking, looking at. You see some other people like looking at like some of the clothing that's there. Some people, a couple of others that are like talking, and obviously talking about like yesterday's events and like with the goblin attack. You know, one of something you overhear somebody saying, I'm glad those fires that they started didn't burn this place down. And then and you see Rinchin and all her half elven elegance. It's like it looks as if she has like more of her elven features than human. She she's got these bright green eyes with her hair in like what are those types of curls called? They're like she has like blonde hair with like I forgot the name of the curls, but it's like I gotta look up the name.
But
But it's like curled
are they the
at the
ones
bottom.
that
They're like curl
are huge like
bunches.
coils?
Yeah, they're like those huge curls that are at the bottom of the hair, pretty much.
Okay,
Very bouncy. Those bouncy
gotcha.
curls. And a smile to her customers that lights up the room. So these people were not kidding about about her beauty. Um, so she notices you and she smiles in your direction. She goes, "Welcome, traveler. How can we be of service?"
Thank you, actually. It was the first welcome I have ever had here that didn't come with some sort of goblin animosity. That being said, my name is Boylan Devet, and I believe you are probably the one known as Vincent, who is the proprietor of this fine establishment that I have gotten the graces of coming to. As for your question, I believe the way that you can help me is you could probably help me find my way around town. This is one of the places I was eager to come and visit.
She's like, "Oh, you wish me to guide you?"
Not so much guide, but point me in a direction of other people who you may also be doing business with.
She nods and she goes, "What the hell is that?"
Well,
Trumpet?
I know, that's what I heard too. I'm like, what the fuck is that? All right. Anyway, she goes, "Oh, but of course." And like, you notice she like looks you up and down, and like very quickly, like as if to like look at what you're wearing. And there's like a there's like a slight nod to her, like very very slight nod to her, as if like more of like an unconscious like nod, like not to anyone in particular, but like to what her thoughts were. And um, with that, she, like immediately after that, she's like, uh, "What in particular are you looking for here in Sandpoint?"
Waylon then undoes like the top half of his coat and places his hand comfortably on the inside so it can like kind of rest on the buttons. And he says, well, in particular, I know you are probably used to people coming in here and coming from the side of being a consumer. In my particular case, I happen to be the person who is in control of a certain set of skills, ones that can be used to be called a trade and make money with it, actually. What I am looking for is one, your lumber mills. I wish to, how do you say, I'm not sure if you have any guilds here in Sandpoint, but where I am from in Maglima, there is way too many guilds. I need a guild to join because there are some skills that I do not have that I definitely need. for my company, or should I say, my family, who I am now traveling with. I have a few ideas that I want to bring to fruition, but I do not have the current skills to bring them to that fruition. So, for an enterprising young mind such as my own, where do you suggest I find such a place? A place that can teach me stonework, woodwork, metalwork.
She has a surprised look on her face, like, quite ambitious. She's not. She's like, I like that. She's like, well, I have no problem giving you all that information. And she looks over and she looks at your coat. She's like, I was gonna ask if you were from Magnamar. And she's like looking at the trim, and, like the hem of your coat. It looks like she's kind of like looking at the stitching. She nods. She's like, you've got some taste.
Oh, do not be fooled, my lady. While I am dressing the part of a noble, I assure you I am quite broke. But it is as Papa used to tell me, dress for the success that you have in mind. And actually, I believe I may have a bit of some goop from a zombie ogre that I just dispatched not too long ago. So excuse my appearance, actually. But it's no surprise that you would recognize the stitching in this kind of fabric. It seems to me as I look around that you are no stranger to the weave.
No,
Do you
you're
happen
correct.
to make all of the clothing here yourself, or do you import them?
I do both. I've been tailoring since I was young. I was taught by my mother. And like when she says that, like there's like like sort of a forlorn like look in her eyes. She like mentions her mom, but it quickly passes. Um, and she goes, you know, she's like, well, in fact, I'll have it written down, all the information you need to acquire the skills that you would need, and also I want to offer you a token of my appreciation as well. She's like, your actions yesterday have helped saved a few workers of mine, and she's like, you can pick. She's like, you're free to choose whatever article of clothing you wish here.
Oh, that's so. And firstly, I'd want to say I am sorry for bringing up any information that would that would put you in a position where you had to remember any tragedies. He says that and he lets it linger for a little bit, and clears the air that basically gives like a moment of silence. If the rumors are true, then well, let's just suffice to say that I hope the escapades in which we are currently known for, which is slaying goblins, I hope that it bring you some solace that maybe one of those goblins may have been the one that took the life of your mother. Perhaps there is some vindication that you can find in our actions.
Oh, no, it's all right. She's like, no, fortunately, no one. She's like, no one I have known has been slain by the goblins. My mother's death happened years ago, 5 years to be exact. It's all right. Her killer was dealt with swift justice.
Killer. The last time I heard of killers, it was from Maglima. There's a place there known as the Shadows. And within the Shadows, or rather on that bridge, I'm not sure if you are familiar with my city, but there's a large bridge that is a famous spot where, well, let me not go on too long for the story, but suffice to say that those who live under that bridge live in a shadow in the shadiest part of the city. And from that particular location comes much riffraff, one of which was a serial killer. Now, I do not expect such a place, small as Sandpoint, to have such things, but it sounds to me like maybe that was one of the situations that you have going on here.
She nods. She says, yes, it was a serial killer that we had here. But he was captured and he was dealt with.
Surprising. Well, enough about such dastardly business. If I may, in honor of, well, your mother, I would like to ask, how about you do me a favor and point out which of these works belongs to the hand of your mother? And that will be the one in which I choose.
She
Honor for me is also an honor for you.
she smiles brightly and she's like, well, let me go to the back room and bring out some of her work. So, with that, she goes to the back room, and then the rest of you make your way out the town walls, and make your way out the town walls, out into the pathway that that Foxglove is leading the group on, towards the Tick Wood, which he says is be about, just a 30-minute journey. And let us go to the. Here we go. Let's zoom over here. So there's Sandpoint, and your characters will just be making your way down this trail and entering the Tickwood through there, across the Turendarak River, between where you can see the region known as the Devil's Platter nearby. The Devil's Platter being a large upthrust of limestone pavements. And as your group is making their way towards the Tickwood, he begins to looks towards your group, every now and then, and he's like, definitely a fine day for hunting. Shouldn't be too long before we find one of the famous Tickwood boars. They're quite hostile, so be on the lookout. Be quite painful to get sidelined by one. So, what brings you
The
all
more
to?
hostile, the better.
It's like, I'm glad to have you along, especially with the work that you guys did on those goblins. The body count that your group has made was quite amazing. I'm sure this boar probably won't be much of a problem with even the half of you here. And he goes on. So what brings you all to Sandpoint?
I'm gonna stop and kind of fall back.
Well, I've been here for quite some time. Been a little over a year at this point.
I believe you're one day.
I've come from a place where I'm not really wanted. So to find a new beginning was really important.
I understand
and I
that.
landed here.
There's indeed a feeling I understand. I've got a
I can't tell people that I'm from Nindal. They might send me back.
Where they might send them back.
They gonna send me back.
Send them back. Oh shit.
Yeah, fool.
For real, motherfuckers.
They gonna send me back. Oh, you from Nindal? Nah, them motherfuckers want all the smoke.
Motherfuckers put a bounty.
Right. Not to mention you don't know who's a spy or not. All of these
Right.
spies could be there.
So he goes, yes, you're one of the healers. Do you work for Hana, I believe? She's a good woman.
Do. She's been a great mentor for me. I'll tell you that much. And she's given me a place to stay and helped me learn more about the town and what the people need. And that's important to me.
That's good. Sandpoint could always use more citizens such as yourself. What of the rest of you?
Well, Nasir and I are just traveling, trying to perfect our skills. We wander from here to there.
I see.
Apparently, we've come to the right place. Plenty of action to be had.
Yes, indeed. I take it you've already visited Sable at the House of Bluestones.
Yes, quite the impressive building they have there.
He nods. He goes, "Yeah, She takes her training quite seriously. Has she tutored you?"
Sable? No, we are not from around here. No.
I see. And he looks at the two of you curiously. He's like, he's like, so odd question, but it seems you two, and you don't have to answer. I mean, it is quite none of my business. It is a mere curiosity. Is there an aversion to the sunlight that you may have?
This is simply the way we choose to present ourselves.
Hey.
You gonna die.
He gonna die. So he nods and he's like, "Oh, understood." He's like, again, just a curiosity. I mean, it doesn't need to be stated. And he looks over to Caldum and Quindamir, and he's like, what of you two?
I came here to meet with my brothers, and I traveled with these two monks. And I'm only here to travel with my family.
It's like,
Did you not have this conversation with us back at the inn? Back at the Rusty Dragon? Have you forgotten already? Were you that drunk, Mr. Foxglove? Where you now have to get another second rendition of our story? Do you not believe us? Or do you feel that there is something we are hiding, these strange characters in your hometown? Have we not proven ourselves enough?
My apologies,
will
sir. My apologies. I do remember some of the conversation. I was only inquiring into any. I was only inquiring about other, maybe possible ventures or stories that you may
Can you sense
wish
motive and see if he's lying?
that you may have to share. He's like, he's like, unless you wish for me to speak of myself and all the high life that I enjoy in Magnamar at times.
There's no
We're
reason.
still coming down from our high from battle. So right now our focus is staying together and taking out this boar for the feast. So I think after everything that's happened, we deserve a celebration.
And I see there's no wrong in getting to know each other a little bit more. We're traveling at this point, so what's wrong with a little banter?
Quindamir gives Icarus like a side eye almost.
Person wants to
And
be
looks
idle. You know
back
what I'm
over
talking
at
about?
Mr. Foxglove and decides to put 2 and 2 together, whether or not it equals 1 or 2 or 3, whatever number it is. And Quindamir says, that seems like a good idea. And you see him start to shift himself in the party, like march onto this thing. He kind of trades places with Icarus, assuming that he's closer. Quindamir is closer to Foxglove, basically positioning them two closer to each other if they want to have more, they want to share banter. It's. I mean, maybe Quindamir is missing what's going on, but it doesn't. Quindamir gets the feeling that like you get the feeling that Quindamir kind of feels like this is more about them and not about like those two. Like this, clearly this person is more interested in Icarus. He's just trying to like.
She don't know
He's
that.
just feels like all this conversation. Like, let's talk about what's going on with y'all. It's like, bro.
So
She
he
doesn't
goes,
know that. He doesn't know
all right.
that.
So he's like,
This guy's over here asking the same questions.
the same question.
Man!
But anyway, so I don't honestly
Great
remember.
weather
I honestly.
Evening time. Like,
I-
how are we still
I-
talking about the weather, bro? I saw you this morning.
I don't
That's what
remember.
it feels like, bro.
I don't remember what he asked the last time, like, or what
I knew
what
it.
info what he got. But
Lewis is trying to retcon.
He's trying to.
he's trying to wreck.
He's trying to.
Like I remember
jog his memory in character, bro. That's crazy.
So he goes.
Lewis, it's
he
okay.
goes.
You can
So he
ask
goes.
us out of character. What did I say at the table? Damn.
Foxglove goes. Foxglove goes. Oh, I just wanted to confirm what was. I just wanted to confirm that I had, my information correct. Didn't want to assume. I apologize for seemingly being obnoxious. You see, I'm quite enamored by more of the lifestyle of, say, what would you call it? Like a hero. Like what you have all accomplished yesterday with your heroics.
Is that how you found yourself in such a predicament at the gate?
He makes a rather embarrassing smirk at that, scratches the back of his head. Why, unfortunately, yes.
Quindamir leans forward and looks at Mr. Foxglove and says, he's like looking at him as they're walking, and he says, I bet you can take this boar by yourself. Would you like to try? I mean, you're surrounded by many valiant warriors. I promise we will not let anything happen to you, Mr. Foxglove. If you want to get a real taste of like real combat, we can help you achieve that. If you're as enamored as you say you are.
He goes, well, he gives it a thought, and he's like, all right. Guess I could give it a. I'll be the one to attack first then, and we'll go from there.
What is your weapon of choice, good sir? I'm sure someone of your station knows how to wield a rapier.
Yes, I've been taught. I've been taught weaponry. I have been taught some forms of weaponry in
Fencing?
combat, although I haven't really had much time to
Hmm.
really put it to more practical use than just shown off at galas and other parties.
That's the parlor tricks.
Tell them, do you have another one of your blades? Or perhaps one of your helpers here has a spear or something that you can use. Tell them I know that you will be good at this because, well, you found us all the way back here. Perhaps you can find us some boar tracks and we can start this skirmish at once. Mr. Fastglove seems to be ready to get his hands a little dirty. Quindemir's tired of his shit. Y'all see that? Quindemir's trying to bully this man. Bully this man, son. He's ready to bully him, son. He's asking too many
I
questions,
agree.
son.
I agree, brother. We set out to get a boar, and get a boar we shall.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
begin to look.
Yeah, let's start making these survival checks, man. Like, let's get this boar, man. You talking too much, man.
You need to roll a diplomacy check, man. You pissing him off.
Nah, son. Listen.
Cock blocking him.
He's so brave. We should
He did-
definitely
He's
know.
trying to thrust his
She
spear not
don't
into a
even-
boar.
She don't even know that his cock is out, man. Like, it's crazy. Like, I mean, it's just, I don't understand what's going on, bro. This
When the mayor's annoyed that this dude is hit on his sister in front of him, like he's like, yo, this
his
is
sister.
his father, you know?
So,
I just feel like
Again,
if
this
you're
is-
gonna do it then don't like try to like get closer to her through me and shit with random ass questions. Like, I got cards to read, nigga. Like, I'm distracted this shit. Like, you gonna be asking me the same questions over and over again? That's crazy.
so
That's gonna cost you. This is a
maybe it sounds.
people talk to me about bullshit.
Maybe
They pay me.
maybe Quindemir's having
That'd be epic if I got paid like that though. Start doing readings for you.
I think Quindemir.
Maybe I could find out just what your chances would be with Icarus. Do you want me to do a reading? No, you stop.
Shit. So
Please say that in character.
Like angrily drawing the cards.
so you get to the tick. You start to get to
Like,
the.
nah, so you got no chance.
You start to get to the edges of the Tickwood forest, which is just north of the upthrust
There we go,
limestone
there we
escarpment
go.
known as Devil's
Hmm.
Platter. Despite its ominous name, Aldern Foxglove says that the Tickwood is actually relatively safe woodland.
Mm.
Well known, obviously, for their wild boars. They also have deer, fire pelt cougars, and rarely they do have giant ticks, for which the wood is, yes, named.
Ticks.
But luckily, they don't have to worry about any goblin
Oh
tribes, as they
shit! Did
do
we
not,
go to Tickwood?
as they do
Yeah,
not,
bro.
as there are no goblins that dwell within its boundaries.
I knew I should have stayed with Waylon, son. You knew we was going to Tickwood.
No, I've been wanting to do what I was doing.
Several,
That's crazy.
I'd say about 10, maybe 15 minutes into the woods, one of his retainers comes riding up, and like, he leans over to like hear what he has to say, and you see the guy pointing in a direction, and then Alden looks to your group and he's like, "Well, we're in luck."
Album says it.
Alden says that. He's like, "We're in luck.
Oh, the other two.
There's the Tickwood boar not too far from here. Rather big one, in fact."
This is the retainer.
Yeah, like I said, the retainer head came up to him to give him information because they had kind of like ridden like
The
off to
retainer got
like,
levels, higher levels than Calder.
like off to the sides to like help look for a boar. And yeah, one of them had discovered one.
Maybe they got high. They got a high survival check.
And Aldern, he nods over and he's like, "All right, let's go off this way." So your characters go down like a small game trail before it opens up into like a small clearing. Still a lot of trees around, but where the boar is at, it's near like a stream, drinking some water. About 60 feet away. As your group like slows down, make sure you don't scare the boar off. Although, according to Foxglove, wouldn't necessarily be scared off. They're very territorial. They're more likely to fight than to flee. But yeah, you
How
see
big does this thing look?
You see this huge boar, like about this, not almost as big as the horses you ride.
Oh no.
Damn. Good
I
eating.
said nope.
That means
That shit got some HP on it, probably.
But Foxglove turns
I
to the
mean,
group and
a
he's
boar is
like,
typically gonna charge though. So if you just
yeah, they're gonna charge.
if you brace your freaking two-handed weapon against it, that's just gonna kill itself. You'll be fine. Oh, that's basically what Quindamir will say to him, basically. So let me see what your fighting stance looks like, Mr. Foxglove. Here. I
Oh,
would
you're gonna
choose
let him do it?
I would choose a polearm for this one. Something big and pointy. Tell them, I'm sure you can make a better recommendation than I can, but something big and pointy will do the trick.
I think we should just shoot it.
Foxglove takes out a master.
Pull an arrow out of my quiver.
Foxglove, you take your arrow out as Foxglove takes out
I'm going stealth mode.
takes out a masterwork heavy crossbow.
Masterwork crossbow, you said?
Heavy crossbow.
Oh wow. I guess you want to do this
He's like,
the safer way. I thought you wanted to get your hands dirty,
well,
Mr. Nobleman.
it's wise
Nobleman.
to play it smart, wouldn't you say? Wear it down first before it reaches us in melee. He looks to one of his retainers and says, "Bring me a polearm. Bring me the." And you see, like, the retainer's horse has like actually quite a few polearms on there and other weaponry. He goes, "You know what? Bring me my
Boar
glaive."
killer.
He said, "My boar killer."
Boar killer. My boar killer glaive. Yeah.
Bring my glaive.
Mhm.
I thought you said pork killer.
Hey, whatever works.
Slicing some
Whatever
ham.
works.
My bacon killer. My bacon maker.
Bacon slicer.
So I think whatever I would try to take up a spot, kind of. I don't know. Maybe if it charges them, I could try to trip this fucking thing.
Yeah, y'all can ready actions. Y'all can
We're in
ready actions.
Tickwood, right?
Yeah.
We're not on the
We're-
Devil's
we're
Platter.
in.
Like we're in the Tickwood.
You're in the Tickwood. You're
We're
surrounded.
surrounded by
You're
trees.
I know.
surrounded by trees. The boar is like in a small, just a really small clearing of like, I say about 15 feet clearing where there's but it's next to like a small stream where it's like drinking water. And it's like 60 feet. It's like about 60 feet away.
Oh, so it doesn't even notice us yet. Then it's drinking water, and
Yeah, not yet.
we got the surprise on it.
Or if it does notice you, it doesn't probably care unless you get closer.
Yeah, I want to kind of sneak into a spot where I could achieve that. If they're gonna shoot it and it's gonna charge, I could try to trip it as it goes by.
All right, so
but
Foskalov takes
I'm a,
aim and takes aim, and he's like, looks to the rest of the group like, and see if they're ready.
Yep.
So as he's taking aim and looking at the rest of the group, I am also loading my bow with my arrow.
All right.
To provide forceful backup if needed.
I'm gonna set up a. I'm gonna throw you the other end of the whip.
I'm also studying the boar as my target.
He's like, study target the boar.
What's that, Matt?
Roll.
I should give you the other end of the whip.
Is everybody staying mounted?
Probably run it into the tripwire. Let it trip into the fucking the pole arm.
Can we do that? Use the whips and pull it when it comes by to try to pull the thing down, trip it down.
Try to trip it into the pole arm.
You could. I mean,
Yeah.
is there anybody that's dismounting or no?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm staying mounted.
I'm going stealth plus 11.
All right.
Wow.
It's stealthy.
Do I have is it harder for me to shoot if I'm mounted?
No.
Or do I have a better angle?
What's your ranged weapon?
100 feet? I think. Hang on, let me see. 110 feet.
No, what weapon is it? Is it a short bow or a?
It's a longbow, composite longbow.
Okay, those can be. Can be used mounted. Longbow. Oh, a composite longbow. I think those can be used mounted.
Well, it says special features can be used while mounted.
Okay, I was gonna say yeah. So yeah, there's no penalty. You can use ranged weapons. There's no penalty unless your mount is taking a unless your mount's like taking a double move, then it would be a -40 your attack. But which it's not doing that, so you're fine. You don't have a penalty to your attack roll.
Okay.
I think everybody could do like a okay. So Nacier is stealthing, or you both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The monks dismount and they stealth to like a nearby. You got characters hide behind like a tree, and into a position where you can attack the boar when it gets closer.
Yeah, I'm gonna brace I'm gonna brace a trip, like I guess not brace, but can I toss him the other end of the whip, make a little tripwire for the boar to run into in front of the pole arm.
So like a ready to action to like make a trip attack.
All right. Because I'm guessing whoever's gonna charge at, right? That path or that line, that line is gonna take. Set up a tripwire, and that line is gonna take a line of attack.
All right. Is there anything Icarus and Quindamir's doing?
No, she's just gonna stay mounted and watch.
All right, spectator.
If anyone needs healing, she'll get down and help.
The hell? I think you're muted.
That's too hard.
I'm here. Ready?
Quindamir's muted.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. Thank you.
We have to roll
He's
initiative.
gonna start to
No, surprise round. You get one action before the boar moves.
Okay.
Quindamir is gonna try to start filling in his last spell. I'm gonna have him ready grease.
So in front of the tripwire.
He's
What
gonna.
is it?
Oh, you
I
saying
have
you
him
had
ready
this
in
prepared
action.
this morning or whatever? Okay.
I didn't have.
earlier.
I had an open slot.
It takes 15 minutes to fill it.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
what you'll be doing then.
I say if you leave open slots, then like you have to open up your spell book and study in a quiet place for a minimum of like 15 minutes to like fill up those slots. I mean, if he knew, since he left it open and he knew he was,
Well, I know I'll be fighting a boar.
so then you can just fill in the slot now. Like have it where it's already done, because that would have made sense. So
Yeah.
he has
So he
grease.
would
So he
have
has
been
grease.
filling up his thing.
So he's got grease prepared. That's what
He
you're
has grease.
saying.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
He's trying to just help this guy have his little fun and then be done with it. He's
All
gonna
right.
ready in action to use grease if this thing gets too close to him. and
Man, people are ready to knock it down.
So I'm imagining like, okay, it's gonna be like phase 1 and get his attention. Phase 2, have it charge towards us. Phase 3, go for the trip attempt. I mean, I guess at some point he's gonna shoot the freaking crossbow, and then if the crossbow doesn't work, he should be dropping his weapon to pull out the thing because it's coming towards him now. If he doesn't get tripped, then I guess I would use grease to try to
would say
like trip it.
I would say
if it-
trip attempt, shoot, grease, pole arm.
Right, pole arm should be like the last part of
The
this
last
whole thing. Yeah,
Right.
But
That's what I mean.
that's
That's
why
what
I'm
saying,
gonna just try
grease
to
into
hold my shit.
the grease into the pole arm. Or
Of course,
I guess we're gonna find out what hell awaits us.
that shit hit the fucking hit the tree next to him like donk. Things gonna turn around like,
Aldern makes a shot. His shot lands.
oh shit, get the fuck out of here.
That
he
bolt,
kill it?
the heavy crossbow bolt, lodges like right in its rib cage. Squeals in anger, frustration, and pain and rage as it looks over to your group and just makes its way. Although I'm sure Caldum is getting a shot off as well, because everybody gets to have one action before the boar actually like gets to do anything. So.
Dang.
And it looks like Quinn and Rakim and the Sea are just ready in action. So like they'll as soon as the boar gets into the position that they want it to get in, then your actions will trigger. So Caldum, I know, has his bow ready and wants to take a shot. Aldern led with the first shot. You can go with the second.
Well, I also get for my ambush training, I get another +1 to my initiative, so it'll be +7.
All right.
Oh wait, no, I don't need to roll initiative, right? I'm rolling.
not yet.
Yeah, not at the moment.
I'm rolling to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's gonna be.
You're gonna steal this rich man's freaking like first kill in a long ass time.
Fuck that guy.
He's trying to get this vagina. Stop playing with me.
You gotta let this man be the winner, bro. Think about it.
So I got a +4, and then with studied target, I got another +1, so it should be +5, right?
Yep.
Uh-oh. He gonna kill it.
+5 bonus.
Kill it.
That shit said.
Fuck that guy.
Oh shit!
Corny that bitch.
Roll damage, man.
Roll damage. Roll 8-sided.
Roll a 1. Roll a 1. Roll a 1. Roll a 1.
Yep. So I get a plus.
Eight, 9.
So I get a +1 to my damage for ambush, and I get. Let me see.
My dude said 8.
And a +1 from studied target, so +2.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I can fucking do all my other shit. Why the hell am I acting like I
+2?
can't help nobody in the rolls? It's crazy.
Oh, the 8.
1d8 plus 2 damage.
So
Correct.
stupid.
All right.
Like, why am I...
Yeah, right. I'll be forgetting he does though.
Yeah, motherfucker! I tell the future, bitch.
Yo, I honestly
Man,
thought
don't
he
make
would
don't
get
make me
died.
use
And
fire
died
now
anyway.
because you
So
called some bullshit like
an
that. I'm about to
arrow-
use inspire and roll again.
an arrow hits into the an arrow after the crossbow
damage.
bolt hit into its rib cage. An arrow hits into its shoulder, and the thing looks like it's bleeding like profusely from its wounds.
But it's not dead yet.
No.
Damn, it took 11 points of damage and it's not dead.
Mm-hmm.
Now it is
That's
its
why you got
turn.
more HP than me.
It charges your. It
I
charges.
can't wait.
Charges that towards your group. As it charges
Wants
towards
to
your
become
group.
bacon so bad.
I'm gonna roll
Let's
it.
get it.
I'm gonna roll its perception. See if it noticed.
Oh shit.
See if it noticed any of the other guys off to
Oh,
the
probably
side.
not.
Did not notice them. They see her and
In too
Rakeem.
much
Your actions take off. I just see her roll your. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. So the whip. He's got plus. Okay.
You made a makeshift tripwire or something. I love it.
He's got +5.
It's like, brother, heave ho!
But it drops. It
He said,
got +5 to the combat maneuver check, but it's
Okay.
but then drops by -4 because of your flaw. Plus
Oh,
6.
shit.
My bad, +6 to the combat maneuver bonus. So it drops to +2 because of your flaw. So you have a
Bro.
1d20 +2 to make to.
Are they aiding? Is someone aiding someone? I feel like someone should be aiding someone.
yeah.
All right, hold
It
up.
would
If
be
I knew
me,
that,
Rocket
damn.
would be holding the other, I guess, right?
Hold up, Lewis. Look. Can I
What?
do my move action combat advice to them so that they could do that, and then I could still ready my action because it's a move action to help to improve their roll. It's not ready. It's not aid another. Remember that.
Oh yeah.
It's
yeah.
just a +2. Yeah.
Nasir. Oh, we got a 14. Let me look at its CMD, and it's charging. So
that's a 16.
CMD. That succeeded. I thought
That's
it'd be
16,
high. I
yep.
thought the
There you
CMD
go.
would be higher than that for the board. That succeeded. It was a success with your trip. You guys see the whip come out from around behind the tree. And
Tactic.
like along the floor line where
Like
it's snagged around the boar's legs, both legs, and then wrapped it like it went around that first one, and then the second one, like, and when its hoof landed down, it like wrapped around that second one. That he just gave it he used the momentum of the boar's charge and gave it a twist and a pull at a certain angle, and the
At
boar's
the right time when Quindamere said now.
the boar's front the boar's front hooves fell forward, like, this way, and it like landed on its face and skidded across the floor, squealing.
Did my arrow that's in its shoulder get lodged in even deeper?
It takes 1 point of
Maybe
damage.
piercing an artery?
It is knocked prone. With it being
It's
prone,
prone
it's
now.
easier
This guy has probably
easier
so
to hit
much-
with melee attacks, which kicks in, I guess, Rakeem. Rakeem was what was he readying to
That's
do?
fucked up.
Well, I thought we were doing I thought we were like, on either side with the whip and pulling it like a tripwire.
Oh, I see.
Like
what
it
you're
requires
saying.
2 people, right?
Okay, so like if anything, then you would probably just be aiding another.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it should have been
Whatever.
on
Since
someone.
it succeeded anyway, that's fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Foxglove.
Then that
Now's
would
your.
be...
Now's your. Why's my voice turning to Roth? What the fuck is happening?
That
What
was
did it
like
say?
wrong.
What the fuck is happening?
Roth came out of nowhere.
I swallowed some Dr. Pepper and it turned me into another character, bro. That's crazy. I'm just gonna mute myself. Bro.
So, yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Okay, so whose turn? So like I guess everybody okay, Quinn. All right, it's prone. I guess it goes
What
back.
is Icarus doing?
It goes back. She's spectating.
Oh, okay.
Aldern dismounts. I mean, he was handed his polearm, dismounts, goes over to the board that's on the, and he's like, He should have an additional +4 bonus.
Jesus Christ!
Stabs the glaive into the boar's face.
That's a
Face,
crit.
son. I guess we're not eating boarhead. No boarhead soup.
That thing is DED.
I don't know. That's
Deaded.
the size. It's a boar the size of a horse. What if it has a lot of HP?
Almost the size of a horse. Almost.
That shit is
It's-
big, bro.
Almost.
Watch, he's gonna roll
That's
a
like
fucking.
that's like a that's like a
It's not a
very
dire
wild fucking boar.
I would say
Kill
it's not a
yourself.
it's not a dire boar. It'd be like
Damn,
almost
it's not
twice
even
the
a
size
dire
of
boar?
almost
It's like
twice
a-
the
it's
size
like
of a
a-
horse.
Like a near automata fucking boar or something.
It's not even a dire boar. It's that big.
8? Ooh.
Stabbed it into his head and like the upper neck. Actually, stabbed it to his neck, the fucking boar's neck, and it went. And it's just all twisted up, fucking twitching as the life seeps away from it, and it has perished. The tickwood boar has been defeated. Your group
And son, he dealt 16 damage to that boar.
Icarus claps. He goes,
received,
good job, guys. Good job, my friend.
600 experience points divided among you 5.
Lucius just trying to emphasize that we're not getting a level anytime soon. It's like 600 XP divided.
Well, how much do we have
Fucked up,
total?
bro.
Because I don't even know.
Total?
My shit still says 0 on my character sheet.
Total 606 so far.
606.
Bro, what we should do next time, bro,
Weird
is like be like, no, we don't want XP. No. What should we do next time? Like send one person in so they can get all the XP for themselves, level up, and then we just rotate each time so each person gets a level like every encounter.
Every
Dude,
session.
first level is actually so easy to
No.
ding, but because we have 8 niggas in every fucking goddamn group, it takes like 17 battles to level up, bro. I'm telling you, son.
It's like if you do
Yeah.
it that way, it'd be like, oh my god, you guys only played for 1 year and everyone in your campaign's level 15.
Yeah. Something like that, man. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
oh my god.
Go
bro.
fight the
We would
encounter
level
on
so
your
much
own.
faster.
Fight the
So
encounter.
we killed
on
it.
your own.
Yo, somebody, we definitely could have did this encounter with one person.
I don't know about that. No,
Can
they
I,
stopped. No, maybe the monks.
You didn't even count the retainers.
They didn't involve themselves in it. They were off to the side.
Oh, Icarus didn't get XP. Okay.
Get the
That shit was.
outta
That shit
here.
was.
Okay,
Yeah, now you got a problem with it. Okay. Lewis did say 5 people. Oh wait. Oh yeah, Waylon's not there. Yeah. Wait. So you telling me Foxglove didn't get XP at his own event?
No, six.
Oh shit, that's okay. Here we go. I knew the math was sus. Yo,
he got motion.
imagine
That'd be fucked up.
somebody else kills something and we get XP and level up, and he's still a fucking mortal. That is crazy, bro.
All right, so he
That's
turns to the
so
group and he's like,
unfortunate, bro.
turns to the group, smile.
Damn.
He's like, well,
Windermere
a
looks real
ravishing
close to- he goes,
success. Let us bring this back. And he tells his retainers to like go get to go tie it up,
I never. had
Windermere
a
gives him
doubt.
the slow clap.
drag it back. He bows.
Bring on the giant ticks. man.
Excellent blood.
He's like, all of a sudden,
What an
a
excellent blow that was, Mr. Foxglove.
5 giant ticks appear. And he goes,
Wait, what? It's a giant ticks up.
Bring on the goblins that ride the giant ticks.
yo,
Oh
that
my
would be
God,
some
son.
scary shit. Anyway, so he nods. He's like,
Quite impressed.
why thank you,
Fire goblins, like alchemist goblins. And shit.
Mr. Why thank you,
Fireball
Mr.
goblins.
Deepvale.
I'm glad we're not in the Shankswood.
Waylon would be so proud of you at this moment. I can't wait for you and him to have a basically for you to be able to talk about all of your exploits and your feats during this encounter with these boar. Absolutely, like he's just basically trying to hype him up
Right.
for when we get back, because Jesus Christ,
I will say I'm. very
Quindemer
impressed.
still knows this wasn't
He was just
at all
about to
about
ask.
them.
He was just about to ask Icarus too. And what did you
There
think?
it is.
You answered before he could ask. Oh shit, Icarus and
I
Alvin.
was just-
Damn, son.
The whole group in
Woo.
jet.
Did you see me?
I'm very
Did you
impressed.
see me out there,
Did you?
Icarus?
Word, for real.
A lot of utilization of teamwork, and
This
it
is crazy.
worked out in our advantage. I'm very impressed with you guys.
Man's a hard simp.
Hard.
Oh my god, bro.
This nigga about to be like, step on me. God damn.
Does Quindamir speak Celestial?
Oh yes.
Oh wait, no. Oh shoot, what's a language that maybe you speak that that I
Elven.
know Icarus doesn't speak?
Oh
No,
Elven?
that Icarus doesn't speak. Icarus doesn't speak Elven.
No.
Yes. Yes, she does.
She
I
does.
would be
Okay.
surprised. Like,
Do you
Gobble?
speak Sylvan?
Yes, she does. No, she doesn't.
No.
Do you speak
Aslanti?
Sylvan, Quindamir?
No. I speak. Quindamir speaks Elven, Aslanti, Celestial, Draconic, Goblin, Thessalonian, and Verisian.
Can you speak Goblin, Icarus?
Yes.
No.
Okay,
There you
good.
go.
So-
There
So
you go.
I'll say to Quindamir and Goblin, that's not the only thing he wants to thrust his spear into.
Christmas.
Quindamir hears
inside
that
joke
and
between the
goes,
brothers here.
Yo, that's wild. Quindamir,
Speaking such a disgusting language.
Quindamir kind of like stifles he stifles like a laugh. He goes, he looks back over at you and he goes, oh man, how are we saying goblin? Goblin. I feel like that word, that their language is not refined, right? Like it's, so he would be like, that's not the only thing that he would want to stuff his little spear into. He gives you a nod. He goes, exactly, brother. Exactly. He says it, and he actually says that in Elven. In Elven, yeah. Exactly, brother. Exactly.
I give zero indication that I understood what Caldum said.
Well,
Oh
Icarus
yeah,
did.
you got.
Well,
Oh,
Icarus
I
did.
have no
So listen here.
well, Icarus only heard. Icarus
Yeah,
only
we heard
understood.
the exactly part.
Oh right, okay. What'd she say?
She goes, exactly. Am I missing something?
wah, wah, wah.
Waylon.
Leave my
And
girl alone.
Quindamir just goes, let's hurry back. I feel like Waylon would definitely be done. It is getting so late. So late now. Like, what time is it? He looks up. It's probably light as fuck out.
There it is.
And then I say to Quindamir, I agree because we need to cook this boar.
Yeah,
Let's
we
get
do
out
not
of
want this. We do not want this meat. I
Stop
believe boar meat spoils the fastest amongst most wild animals. We must probably get this back at once.
Hey, wait. You're right. You're right.
Wait,
Have your retainers chop this meat up or something so that they can take it back on one horse. I don't know how you plan to do this, but. And Kundamir already turned his mount around. He's like headed back to town, kind of
How
even
many,
ahead of the group. He's like, "Yeah, I'm out, son."
How many guys did
He has
Foxglove
three
have?
retainers. He has
Three
three retainers
retainers?
of his own. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, do retainers. They're
Mm.
dragging. They're
I'm
dragging
assuming the retainers are going to be the ones
Yeah.
bringing the boar back.
They
Right?
yeah. They're
Mm.
hired to like assist with like all the other
Yeah.
the labor pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to make sure because I'm going to be following closely behind Quindamir.
All right.
Waylon, what else was he off to during that day? I mean,
This guy
Um,
Fox.
Well, he would have.
besides gathering shit for his extracts and whatnot, and
This guy. Do
Besides-
you see how
besides
far
that,
Tickwood is from Sandpoint, guys, bro? This guy dragged us out there to show off.
30 minutes. It was, it was,
What?
it was a 30-minute.
Show off, bro. To show off to a chick who doesn't even know of his advances, bro. That's crazy. All right. I'm done.
He said all of it. It's a 30-minute ride. 30 minutes. Oh, that's great. Okay. What were you saying, Waylon?
Yeah, Waylon would have he would have made his way to Potion Solutions.
All right.
To talk
We're
to
never
the
gonna be
proprietor
talking
there.
shit tonight, son.
And aside from that, he was gonna go over to the lumber mill. 'Cause I know, I believe that's a lumber mill. Out of character, I did some just reading about Sandpoint. I know that's a lumber mill that's owned by
One
by
of
the
the
four.
families. Yeah.
Yeah, they're owned by
The
all
Scarnettis.
four of them. Yeah, it's just Garnettis, and then three other families that started Sandpoint. They're like
No, I know. I
blood
meant
family.
I think the Scarnettis are the lumber people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was gonna, but the person who runs it is he's not a Scarnetti, but
I'm gonna get comfortable real quick.
I want to go
Continue.
talk to him, and he's gonna be the person that I pretty much try to learn craft carpentry from, and then go to like I guess the rest of the stores that was on the list that was given to me. And then if I visit all those places, basically let them know who I am, try and get an apprenticeship to learn those skills. Then from there, he would spend the rest of his time trying to make the smoke pellet. And that'll probably be like all of his time for the day.
Going to Bottle Solutions, definitely a place where he could stock up. He sees a cluttered shop filled with shelves upon shelves of bottles, bags, other alchemical containers, some covered with dust, and others that are so new that the pungent stink of their brewing still fills the air. In fact, you could see some smoke behind the counter. You see a small little alchemical setup there, and you look and you see a brown-haired young male, and he brushes his hair aside to get it out the way from what he's working on, and you can see pointed ears. He turns around and you see a goatee on his face. Seem to be bumping into a lot of half elves lately. And you see he's wearing these these lenses to help him look at his I should say goggles so he doesn't get shit in his eye. So he's wearing these goggles, and he looks over and he squints and he's like, us. And he's he kind of fumbles a little bit, but and then ends up knocking one of the beakers over. And he's like, God damn it. I'll clean that up later. And then he kind of he goes to walk over to you, and he goes to walk over to you as he's in the middle of welcome, good stuff. Whoa, and he he slips on some liquid that he had spilled earlier, and then he gets a chance to clean up, and he almost tumbled down to the ground, but he caught himself on the counter. Takes a deep breath. I gotta get that later too. And so he's making these mental notes, gotta get that later. Okay. And he looks to you and he's like, Misk Tander is the name. I know you're new here. The first time seeing your face here. You seem kind of familiar. I feel like I've seen you. Were you at the festival yesterday?
Actually, it's funny that you said that I look familiar. Well, my little brother here, he would actually be able to look a little deeper into things. And, well, that's neither here nor there. Yes, to answer your question, me and my entire family were at the festival yesterday. So were the goblins, but we escorted them out, so to speak. For what I remember, they were uninvited guests.
He sniffs the air, and he's like, one moment, and he rushes back over to his little lab, and he turns down the fire to what he would to some of the a couple of the beakers as it starts to bubble over, and you see froth coming out, and he's like, okay, that's okay. It's it'll still work. And like he says it like out loud, like to himself. He's like, it'll still work. And he like puts the beaker to the side. But he like grabs the beaker with like his bare hand, and he's like, the glass is hot, so like he turns with his other hand, which the right hand has a glove, and he picks it up instead and puts it down, and then he walks back over to you, and like he like almost stepped in the same spot he almost slipped, but like he stopped and like side stepped around that spot and then walked over to you, and then he and then he goes, as you were saying.
Well, what I was actually saying is your mannerisms. It reminds me of my old master back at home. Farvel had a way of doing things that reminds me of the way that you do them. I
Farvel.
don't want to attribute it to his actual race. He is Gnomish. But I think that may actually
Farvel.
be the case.
Farvel, you say? I tried to tutor under him. He kind of kicked me out pretty quick, though. But no matter, I still learned alchemy. At least as much as I.
You are a student as Farvel as well.
A little bit. I mean, just enough. And then I managed to get by. I'm not quite a great expert of an alchemist. But I'm still able to make all this. You know, he points to like some of the items on his shelves, and he's like, "Wait, were you with that group that killed all those goblins yesterday?"
Wait a minute, you are talking about things far more important than goblin corpses.
No.
If you
I need to know because they were just about to torch this place. But if you weren't there to like scare them off, like I don't know, I would have lost everything in this shop. Hey, you know what? If you're buying anything from here, 10% off on me.
at that moment, Waylon reaches into his side pockets of his coat and then turns them out to show that they're empty. He goes,
Ah,
well, I didn't really come to purchase. What
oh,
I came to do was to learn. And then he looks around and he goes, oh my God, my goodness. This place truly is magnificent. It is a heaven here on Galaran.
oh,
I would have to say, other than shops that I have seen in Maglemar, this is probably the finest place that I need to be in all of Barassa. As for you being a former student, don't feel bad about losing your studentship when it comes to Farva. He only took me because he thought I would be a failure. He had no intention of actually teaching. It wasn't until I actually stumbled upon his blueprints that he has for a particular bomb, one that he has been working on for a long time and has been unable to crack the formula of. Something about a black star or void, I'm not quite sure. Can't quite make out the formula myself. But he goes on and on about it and about the potential that I may have to understand it someday.
interesting. I'd have to look up on that. Black Star bomb, Black Star. Hey.
I wouldn't look too deeply into it. It's probably just the ravings of a lunatic gnome. But this place that you have built here, it truly is special. But although
He's
I have
like,
come here with empty pockets,
you really
I
think so?
really have absolutely. And were the goblins to burn this place down, it truly would have been a travesty.
Pillbug didn't send you here, did he?
Who?
Pillbug. And he like furrows a brow, like trying to get a reading on you to see like if you know what he's talking about. And he's like, oh, okay, all right, sorry, never mind. Pillbug. His name is Oliver Potica, but they call him Pillbug as a nickname. He's a hardy bastard. He's the guy that owns his Pillbug's pantries. he likes to make fun of me and my shop, and he kind of like says some terrible things to like potential customers of mine about my work, just because he's so much greater at this than I am, and he's also an herbalist and a gardener, and you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he was dealing in poisons on the side. I don't trust him,
He's not.
but
He is an apothecist. You mean? He has the profession that my father has taught me. It is a noble profession, but if I am being frank with you, I am much more interested in what you have going on here, especially with you also being a former student of Farvel. It means that we may be able to communicate in ways that I have been missing since leaving Maglimar.
well, all right. Hey, you know what? I was gonna just take a break. Let's just get us something to eat. We can chat.
Absolutely. Because as far as I see when I look around here, even though this place seems to be a gem, probably the gem of all of Sandpoint, I think that your mannerisms may be holding you back, so to speak. And by that I mean, you may be in use of a little organization. I'll be more than happy to do that. For a fee, of course. A meager fee. Just an assistant, if you will.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I kind of like things where they're at. But you're right. Things do seem kind of disorganized. I could use a helper, and that would probably. He says he's kind of starts muttering, and he's like, "All right, you have a job."
All right. Besides, I think it would tickle Farville to know that both his students are in Sandpoint, making what they will.
So all that's left to me is to just do some paperwork for all this, send it down to the town hall, let them know that you're my worker, and what else? Yeah, but first, yeah, food, and then we chat. I have much I would like to ask of you, and if you have any
Oh,
questions of
yes.
me, same as well. And he like looks over to the side, and he's like sees like a half-eaten sandwich, and he looks at it, and he's like, he grabs it, and he's like, he sees that there's like some alchemical powder on it, and he's like, well, this is no good anymore. And he trashes it, and he's like, yeah, let's well, we'll get something out of here.
Absolutely. You can pick my brains about the goblins we dispatched, and I can pick your brains about this. What did you call him again? Pillbug?
Yeah, that's his nickname.
Aye. If he is going to be our rivals as far as the mercantile market is concerned, I would do well to know as much about him as I possibly can. Father always said, know your enemy.
And two of you enjoy some meal, the Rusty Dragon. Um, you're talking to each other, and then it gets time to. I say about like, you guys get to talking to a lot. Quite some time goes by, and
I'm gonna ask him what type of half elf he is, because I know I'm a mistborn, so I don't know what type of half elf he is.
oh,
I know he's half.
now was it the Mulige, because his mother's Mulige. He says his mother is actually from Keonan. But he's
Oh,
like, oh, my mother's from Keonan, and I sometimes visit her when I get the chance. It's a long trek. I usually would prefer her to come out this way, but once in a while I manage to like go out to see her. My father, he's like, well, yeah, well, and he like looks somber, and he's like, let's just say he's resting in peace now.
We have that in common. Growing up half elven, I wasn't quite acclimated to how time affects us differently. It was as if one moment I was enjoying my years as a teen, and the next thing I know, my father was just gone. For me, it was merely a blink, but for him, it was 30 years. As
Ah,
much as I berate my mother for her absentee and the way that she simply just decides to make choices in her life without considering the family that she has, I find that my own actions is hypocritical, because I have done the same thing to my father in some respects, not on purpose, but it just seems time flies so fast in comparison to other races. What is do? I believe it is just simply the plight of being in a middle of two races that have such far reaching lifespans and such a large discrepancy between the two. My condolences to your losses. May they both rest in peace.
picks up his mug. Yes, yes. Cheers to that. Takes a drink. And well, when it was time for him to hurry back to his shop, as he's like, oh, he needs to go run it. He tells you, feel free to come in. When he goes, oh, feel free to come in when you're free, probably tomorrow or sometime soon, and show you around. Get started. Uh, and as you like, will like walk in, about I'd say about like halfway to his shop. Um, you see a human woman frantically holding like a baby and holding in her hand like a small child, and she's got like her face is red, she's got like tears streaming down her face, and she had came around like the corner of like a house that a shop a shop building that the two of you were walking by, and she bumps right into you, and she looks and she looks at you in like a state of you could tell she didn't mean to, and she looked at you with like this frantic state, and she's like she looks so frantic, like she looks to you and like these pleading eyes, and then her eyes widen as if she recognized you, and she's like, "You're one of the heroes," and she's like, and she like looks down at her child. You notice a child like his left arm, it's a young boy, left arm, uh, easily recognizable wounds, goblin bite marks, and she says, "Please, you have to. Somebody needs to help my husband." She's like, she points in like the direction. She's like, "Over there, our home." She's like, please see to him. He's. She's like trying to catch her breath. She's like, "I have to take him to get treated. There was a goblin hiding under our home since yesterday. Try to eat my child. My husband's trying to deal with it. I'm worried for his safety. Can you please go and check on him?"
Probably a trap.
All right, so then
This guy mad
Waylon looks at the
paranoid.
child.
What the
Waylon
fuck?
looks at the child's arm, and then he looks over and he goes, "Take this child back to your shop. Try and see if you could use any sort of remedies to make sure that the wound is not septic. Goblins tend to use materials that they definitely do not clean. They don't brush their teeth and they don't clean their weapons. It would be a shame for that child to lose its limb. due to infection. I wish Icarus was here. It would be much faster.
Was just thinking the same thing.
Quick, woman, point me in the direction of where your home is. I will try my best.
So she points to you the home that they're living at, and you can see it nearby. And as you make your way over there,
He takes his crossbow out, makes sure it's loaded already.
you make your way over there, and then get up to the front door. It seems kind of quiet inside. The door's like wide. The door's like wide open. It's not closed.
So she said that it was underneath the house.
She said, she goes underneath the house she's like underneath the house in my son's room.
So that means there must be a trap door somewhere in there that leads to. All right, so can I go back outside the house and walk around to see if there's any like a hatch that goes in the basement or something like that?
You walk around the house perimeter, and you don't find anything of that sort.
How to get a goblin from inside of the house out of the house? Well, there's fire, there's smoke. If I can produce smoke or fire. Do they have a fireplace inside the house? He goes inside to look inside, see if there's a fire. Can he see from the door if there's a fireplace there?
He's just walking in there like normally, or
He has his crossbow out.
you have a crossbow out and you're walking in. Let's see. Okay. Roll a perception.
Perception +6.
All right, your senses were able to. You go inside and it's quiet. She mentioned her husband was in here trying to deal with the goblin, but you don't hear any sort of like scuffle or any sort of any yelling or fighting or anything or none of the sort. And as you're moving, as you go into the home and you're looking around to see see their if they have like a fireplace or wood burning stove or something, your ears twitch as they catch a sound coming from a room nearby. The door to that room is like halfway open. The sound, it sounds as if something was it kind of sounded like a slight thump sound, and it was almost inaudible, although your perception and your half-elven heritage was able to pick it up. It sounded like a slight thump. The rhythm of the thump, not sporadic.
Rhythm of bump. Okay, then we'll walk. Yeah, usually that's a gate. Someone's walking. Okay.
It's coming from the room. It's coming from an open room nearby. The door's halfway open. From where you're standing, you can't. You can hear it coming from there, but you can't see what it could be.
All right. Is there any bedrooms that? So we have. Are there more? How many bedrooms do I see?
Just two.
Okay. I want to go into the one that's empty because I know that The other room is the one that it's in.
You go into that room, and it looks like it would be the parents' room. There's a large double bed, a wardrobe, uh, a wooden a wooden tub where you would fill it with like hot water for like if you need to take a bath.
Okay. Now, does it look like does the bed look disturbed? Does it look like someone came in here and like disturbed it in any way? Like, is there things on the floor?
Oh, and
or
there's a crib. I forgot there's a baby crib in there too.
Okay.
The bed looks. I mean, it just looks like people just got out of bed. It doesn't look like you don't see any like blood or anything or any like. It just looks like the bed was used.
All right, perfect. Okay. While I have time, I want to take out my bedroll that I have. And then try to put it underneath the sheets to make it look like someone is laying in the bed.
Okay. So you do that. You still
And then
can hear that sound.
does it sound like it's getting
sometimes
closer?
it doesn't sound like it's sounds like it's in the same spot, and sometimes it stops for a while before it picks back up.
That person's busy. All right, cool. So then I want to pick up like any random item, maybe like a child's toy or something that could make a noise.
Okay.
And that's when I'm gonna throw it against that door where I'm hearing that sound from.
All right. So you do that. You find a like a little wooden rattle.
That works perfect.
Throws against the door, lands in the room, bounces on the floor. The sound stops the sound stops after that, and then kind of starts to resume again.
Motherfucker's intent. All right.
Hmm.
So at this point, I'm gonna put together. Actually, the bomb's unstable. It has to be used in one turn. All right. So since it's not gonna stop and check out what that is, it seems pretty intent what it's doing. I'm gonna go into that room.
All right.
Crossbow already out.
You go there. You look inside, and now you're able to see what it was that was making that noise. You do see the body of. You actually see her husband, or part of him. It seems to be like he's on his belly, as if he crawled into his kid's closet, and the upper half of his body is like stuck in a hole that was underneath the plank boards of that closet. The thumping sound was because his feet were twitching, and something on the other side keeps trying to something like in that hole he was trying to crawl through keeps trying to like pull him in to the hole. That's like a fucking horror show, pretty much.
Damn. Waylid turns around and throws up. Turns around and vomits on the floor. And then he wipes his mouth clean, thinks to himself.
So, but yeah, from what it looks like, one of the goblins from yesterday hid in this kid's closet, and you also see a dead dog nearby.
Of course.
Looks like the goblin had killed the dog, hid in this closet, decided today was the day he was going to just said, fuck it, kill the dog, try to eat the kid. Dad came in, Mom took the kids out, Dad tried to fight the goblin, Goblin tried to escape underneath the goblin was actually hiding in the closet underneath the floorboards of the home. Dad went Dad went after the goblin, chased him to the hole, and something happened to him. So the goblin somehow got him killed and is pulling him into the hole. As for why, the only thing Waylon can think of is the goblin must have been hungry, being stuck in here.
He said that man's a whole snack.
I'm gonna make this goblin pay, man. All right.
My dude's just being slowly consumed.
Unfortunately, the body's in the way, right? So like
That's
it
disgusting.
You would have to like
has come
pull the
to-
body out, yeah, to like so that you could see the hole that the goblin hidden, had hidden inside of.
Technically, the goblin is stuck. You can bring back your crew, get some help, considering that you are just one man.
Fuck this goblin. He's gonna pay for what he did, and he bit a kid.
Okay.
So you know he gotta go. You know
Get
he
your
gotta
100
go.
XP. Get your 100 XP, T. You deserve it.
Well then, so the floorboards. Is it possible to pry up the side of the floorboard?
It takes
Does
some.
it look like the floorboard's like loose?
Not so much. I mean, it would take some time.
It'll take some time. And I walked around the house. There's no other way to get underneath the house.
No, not without like damaging. Not without like breaking a hole through it.
Right. So I mean, this goblin is trapped down.
Pretty much.
All right. So what Waylon will try to do is force the body through rather than pull the body out. He'll push the body through. Because the goblins are already pulling from the opposite end. So rather than pulling
Well, you
against the
notice he's
goblin-
trying to pull him from the opposite end, but he's not having much.
He can't get the arms
Only
to stick out
only the
way.
guy's like upper head and like shoulders was able to go through. The rest of his body was too big.
Need a necromancer with corpse explosion. Done. Game over.
That's fucked up. All right, so that means I'll just have no choice but to pry the body up. So Waylon goes to pull the body up then.
You grab the body, you pull it. There wasn't much resistance. You were able to pull the body out the hole with the flesh of the man's face and upper torso having been eaten away. So it's a gory mess. As for the goblin, it shrieks in rage and leaps up out of the hole. In its hand, it's not exactly a dagger. It looks like a shard of metal that it somehow had fashioned to be wielded as a dagger. It's a makeshift dagger. And it looks at you with feral intent, and you roll initiative.
Oh shit.
Thank God I'm going first.
Oh shit. Yeah, that goblin rushes at you with his little makeshift dagger and makes an attack. And it is what is its bonus? Really? Okay. Okay. It's wearing. What's it wearing? Studded leather. Okay. That's all it's wearing. Studded leather. And what's its attack? Okay. Does 3 points of damage. Slices across your stomach. His turn is done.
Boy.
All right. So Waylon moves back because she knows he's going to provoke an attack of opportunity, but it is what it is. But he intends to light this goblin up. So he's not going to take just a 5 foot because then he will be caught in the radius. and he
No.
doesn't want that.
The splash radius is only 5 feet. If you 5-foot step away, you won't be caught in the splash.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
As long as you hit the goblin directly.
Right. All right. So then he 5-foot steps and
And
then
yeah, you can
throws the
5-foot
bomb in
step,
Dom's
throw the
face.
bomb. Make your range touch attack plus additional plus point plus 1 from the
He's
point
plus
blank,
5.
plus 1 from the from your trait. And what other bonuses you got? I only got many bonuses.
And then just throw anything. Point blank shot. I think it was a plus 5 bonus total, if I remember from last time.
Yeah, throw anything was plus 1, and the trait was plus 1, so that's plus 6 on top of your dex. It's plus 5. Yep, plus 5 total.
Fuck him up.
Oh,
Oof.
Mm.
Well, let's see. Roll his reflex for the splash damage. Alright, failed the reflex, so it takes 4? Or is it 5? 5 points.
it's
damage.
5. It's
All right.
1 plus
Starts
intelligence.
screaming from the pain of the burn on his all over his side. Actually no, like you go to throw it, and it like he ducks and it goes over his head. It hits the back of the closet, explodes, and like the explosion caught the back of his head and his back. He's like gets angry, rushes you again.
Going in with his goblin.
And what's your armor class?
My
15?
AC
Oh, I see.
is
It's 15. Okay. He's got. Let me make sure what's his feats. Okay. He goes to slice at you again. Fails. He slices across your leg, but your studded leather was blocked the attack pretty much. Wasn't able to cut through your armor. So that attack was a miss. It's your turn.
5 plus that. The one another bomb in his face.
You guys when he's backing up, just throwing bombs. And he hit him directly with this one, so you can roll damage on that.
Alright. 1d6 plus 5. 1d6 plus 4, and then should I have an extra plus 1 from point blank?
Should be 1d6 plus 5.
1d6 plus 5. Boom. So Waylon, as he backs up and reaches in, mixes another concoction, mixes the catalyst in, rolls it out, like, darn, stupid goblin.
So you throw, and the goblin's like, ah! And she's screaming, trying to just and you back away, and it goes at you again. And it's like, ah! And you throw, and the bomb goes, ah! And it gets into his mouth, and then he crunches on it, and then that's when his eyes widen. He's like, and he's like, uh-oh. And he's like, uh-oh. And his face just, and his body drops, burning.
Who needs corpse explosion when you have Waylon? he has face explosion.
That was a goblin commando too.
Damn.
Did so if its head blew up, did any shrapnel from its skull and teeth go flying at Waylon?
Damn.
Bro.
No.
I
It would
forgot
no.
my own
It would have if he was in the splash radius, but he wasn't. He
Right,
backed.
I
He
took
backed.
the 5% back.
He took 5. Would have caught him, but.
So Waylon goes over. He closes what's left of the father's eyes on his face, and he sucks his teeth. Then he goes over to the closet and try to put out the small fires that the explosion from his bombs caused.
You were able to douse those out, and
And he goes over to the goblin body and he checks it.
his wife comes in, and she comes in without without her kids. Obviously, she brought them to a safe spot. She came back to go see help her husband. And when she sees him, she goes to a complete breakdown.
I am sorry, but he gave up his life to protect your child. He did what a good father would do.
Sheriff Hemlock walks in. Well, not walks in, rushes in. There's a couple of militia guys outside, and he's like, Amile, what? And he sees Waylon, and then he sees her husband's body. He's like, oh, not Alagast. Oh, he walks over, puts a hand on her shoulder for whatever comfort he's able to give, and he looks towards Waylon. He's like, once again, he nods his head with gratitude. And he looks over to the goblin and he kicks its face really hard with his boot. And the whole
What
body.
face?
Right. whatever's left over of his head. uh and he
I am sorry, Sheriff, but it looks like we missed one.
so it is. And he turns to one of the militia guards. He's like, go get her sister. Tell her what happened. And she's got to come and get her.
May I suggest something to you, Sheriff? Maybe it would be wise to have some of your men get dogs that have a good sense of smell. Have them do our perimeter sweep of the Sandpoint itself, particularly checking places like closets and rafters, and even places that are hidden underneath homes. This goblin was hiding inside the closet the whole time. They may appear stupid. In fact, they are. But they do have a keen and malicious cunning to them. And this one, unfortunately, has taken a life tonight.
It's a wise suggestion. I will see to it that we gather the dogs in the town and put them to work. We'll have to. He turns to one of the militia members. He's like, gather the animal handlers. Tell them what we have to get done. And tell them we probably should be breeding more dogs.
That would be a good idea. They hate them for a reason. And after that, he goes over to the goblin body. He starts dragging it out.
Drag the
How do I
goblin.
know that's a commando? Do I know that's a goblin
No,
commando?
you don't know that as a commando, but
Oh, okay.
I
Go
would
ahead,
say
let's consider
I
that.
would well I would say compared to the other goblins, it definitely was a lot quicker with its reflexes and seemed more like proficient in its combat ability, more so than the goblins that your characters take. Like it looked the way it fought seemed more seasoned than like most of the other goblins you guys were fighting. So, and yeah, you were able to take one out.
I go back in that adjacent bedroom, re-grab my bedroll, put it back up. Kind of sad that I couldn't get here in time to save father. And then he kind of takes one last look at the mom and shakes his head. and then he leaves. So
And
early
go
to be an
about
orphan.
the rest of your day meeting the people at the lumber mill, and you establish for your character, you establish like some connection with them and inform them of your interests.
Yeah,
The
he does so
craftsmanship.
with a lot less charm than before. He's a little more
Right,
sad
kind of dowered.
considering.
Yeah, the event
Yeah,
kind of soured the rest of his day. He just wanted to.
yeah, he's not all smart and like slick anymore. He's just kind of like that. Fucked up.
And eventually, you go back to the Rusty Dragon.
Yeah.
As you head back there, you see that the rest of the group has arrived there not too long ago. You see Alder Foxglove at the tap room with the rest of the family, and this massive boar that's been it's getting ready to be getting taken to be ready to be butchered and cooked. And you see Ameko and Al there talking to each other as he tells Ameko, we'd like and he gives her some money. He's like, we'd like to get this prepared for a feast later in the evening. This was a successful hunt, thanks to these fine people. And he motions to the rest of the group. As for the group, you guys see Waylon coming in. Not sure if he ever cleaned the blood of his wound, but
He tried to dress it as best as he could, but
okay, yeah.
Chris
not
immediately stands up.
exactly.
She immediately stands up and looks at Waylon. Dear goodness. What happened?
Well,
Aldum also jumps in and says, "Brother, what happened to your torso?"
I ran into a old friend of ours, a goblin that we neglected to take care of during our earliest altercations. That same goblin took our life, our father actually, and now there is a new orphan. Well, I wouldn't say orphan, he still has his mother.
No.
And he also has a wound, a bite from the goblin that mangled his arm as a parting gift. We tried our best, so I cannot say it is because of our negligence. But I cannot say that our efforts were enough. I have much work to do. It is nothing but a flesh wound. A lot less than that father was given tonight. You guys carry on with your celebration. I'm going to call it quits. I'll see you guys in the morning. I don't feel much like celebrating tonight. That much to celebrate. And
Chris
then he
like
makes
wants to say wait, but then she sees your demeanor and then she just lets it go.
and then Waylon makes his way up the steps. Got mad work to do tomorrow, man. Mad work. He's doubled down on his efforts to he's gonna be doubling down on his efforts to make sure that we're all prepared for shit.
Caldum turns to Quindamir and says, "Is Waylon always like this?"
Is he on mute
or not?
Windermere takes a second and leans back in his chair and says, the only other time I believe that Waylon has shown such depression is after father has passed away. Maybe there is something about death that that weighs on him more than other things.
Or maybe it was
Mm,
the death of a father that bothered him the most.
perhaps,
Fine.
Haldem, your guess is good as mine, but give it some time. He spends a lot of times with his with his with his alchemy. Um, that usually takes his mind off of it quite quickly. It has been a long day for us all. I'm sure he'll be better in the morning. If you're worried, you can check on him after we eat. I'm sure he won't mind the company. It has nothing to do with uh with being around people, I'm sure. It
I
does
think
not,
maybe
yeah.
I think maybe we both should after we eat.
I will find this child. Make sure that they're healed up as well.
So, as the meat and other food that Alder has purchased will be getting prepared for later that day, your characters go about filling out the rest of your day until later for the evening. You, Icarus, go to where the child is being taken care of at the cathedral, and um, was able to, help soothe the child's wounds and get it healed. Um, the the kids and the mother will be okay physically. Emotionally and mentally is another story.
Yeah, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm sorry, I can't help that.
So, with that, um, the Nacia and Rakim. Uh, two of you, I'm sure, probably at some point, probably make your way to Bluestones, either to like meditate or spar or train.
I would love to see if I can join them at the Bluestones, but I mean, if I'm not allowed, then I guess I'm not allowed. But I was looking for a library. I remember that quite specifically stating it. Just saying. I
Yeah,
knew they were heading back there.
yeah,
Kundamir would
yeah.
have
The
said,
monks.
you want to take our little Kundamir with you?
So,
No? Okay.
well, as the two monks were heading out, Quindamir could suggest that basically. Well, he does. You know what? He does. He suggests that to your two monks. He pretty much says if you're going to Bluestones.
Yeah, Kundamir, yeah. Do you want to take one of the deep wells with you back to the Bluestones? Do you think they will let someone of my nature?
All we can do is ask.
Ask.
All we can do is ask. That is all I wanted to hear. Let's take a stroll over to the House of the Bluestones.
Make your way over there, and
Yeah,
you
well,
enter
yeah.
the small monastic building where you can hear Ki shouts from somebody that's training inside.
Oh shit.
You notice there is like to the side of one part of the monastery is like a rope attached to the ceiling. The ceiling of this building is about 30 feet high. Obviously the rope is good for like those practicing for climbing, but it's not just for that, because you can climb up to a small balcony, and from the balcony there's like a flat it's like a flat wall from the edge of the balcony down to the floor. And you see Sorrel, she had just finished climbing up there, and she goes over to the edge, and she leaps down. And as she leaps down, she's like sliding down the wall, and then leaps off towards the end, and she lands safely. And basically, she's practicing her slow fall, which would be an indication of like her out of character. Obviously, like what her level is, right? So she's able to slow fall. So your character's like, okay, I can see, you know, you can see.
Actually, technically, they shouldn't know that. They don't know the future of their class, lion ass.
Get the fuck out of here! You're staying down.
It depends if they're around a monk that already had it, and since they got trained.
You don't think Mariah ever did that shit in front of us?
Okay.
No, hey, listen.
All right.
Well, no, it's like this. Here's your monk training.
That's crazy.
It's like this. The monks would know because when you learn your training, you're not just taught. You're not just taught how to do it, but what you're capable of doing with it in the future if you train enough, if you get strong enough, if you get... Same with a wizard. Hey, you know what? You can cast Grease, but somewhere down the line, you can cast Delayed Blast Fireball. Like you would know that. Like these powerful more levels of spells later on. You may not know. You may not know every spell that exists because that's like kind of countless.
Right.
That's like a monk staple right there.
But like monks don't have, the staple monk knows that like they can train their bodies to harness ki, that they can move faster, that they'll be able to jump high. Like those are, basics.
Yeah.
If it's like a monk archetype their characters have never heard of, like no, I wouldn't be like, unless they pass like a knowledge check, I'd be like, yeah, you see this monk, but he's doing things that you've never seen before.
I'm like, oh, you want new monk, nigga.
Right.
What type of monk?
Never seen or heard or thought was possible before. Motherfucker's flying with his key. Like, what? You can do that?
Yes, you too can fly.
All
right.
But yeah, so as she lands, she looks over, and you see, she looks over to the three of you, and she looks over to Quindamir.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah, pasta.
And she's like, welcome.
Pasta.
She bows to Nasir and Rakim. She's like, welcome back. She's like, I see you have a visitor?
Yes, this is Quindamir, a close friend of ours.
Quindamir Deepvale. Quindamir Deepvale. Nice to make your acquaintance. What's her name? What's the name? You would have told me her name.
Sable. No, she's Sable Sorn.
Sorn?
Miss Sorn, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Bows deeply. And he says, I am new to this town. I am new to Sandpoint, and I was looking for a respectable library. And rumor has it that you have one of the most magnificent libraries in this part of Baricia. As you can see, I am a wizard by trade. If this isn't obvious by my damn, what do you call it when they say my effects? However, I don't think there are any other establishments that might have a greater range of arcane texts.
You seek the library, don't you?
I do seek the library. I have basically beaten around this bush more than enough. I would like to see your library.
That
Uh,
wisdom, bro. She was like, I know what
She
you
puts her hand up, and she puts her hand up. She's like, "Many do, and almost all I turn away." And she looks to the two monk brothers, and she goes, "However, first, I would like to offer my gratitude as a citizen for what you all have accomplished against the goblins. I wish I was there to witness your martial arts. In fact, in exchange for your free perusal of the library," and she points to Quindamir, "I wish to spar and train you two with what I know."
Oh shit, she wants to.
Man.
Quindamir looks, his eyes widen at her challenge, and then looks at both Nasir and Rakim.
Just sort of give a little neck crack.
It's like, so you were first.
Yes.
I agree to these terms.
Come on, battle.
Quindamir is like surprised that you guys will be willing to fight someone of her station. Like I'm sure she reeks of high level. I feel like that's something that Quindamir even hit at his like most, like he's probably has like a very like he probably can't really tell who or how strong she is, but I'm pretty sure it's like obvious that there's a gap between him and her. I don't know. I could be just hyping her up. But Quindamir is surprised by her challenge and the fact that you two accepted. Quindamir says, "It is much appreciated that you will let me use your library. In fact, I might need your library on multiple occasions. I hope it would not be too much to ask, but it would better assist myself and my friends if I could use your library as a place to study more arcane texts on multiple occasions. If I'm not being too bold."
So she tells you that you're free to, since the conditions have been agreed to. She said you're free to come in and gain your knowledge from the library that she has here at the House of Blue Stones. She tells you there are definitely some involving the arcane. Most of her books involve most of her books that she's gathered. She says have history and of realms beyond. So she has a lot of stuff involving the planes and history. In fact, using the library will give you a +4 bonus on both checks.
+4.
So like if you need to make a knowledge history check and you like, you know what, let me go to the library before I make this check, you'll get a +4 bonus.
Okay, nice. Only history though, right?
History and planes.
History and planes. I want to thank you deeply for this service that you have granted me, Lady Swan, or not Lady Swan, but Sable Swan. If there is anything that I can do for you besides helping keep your city safe, please do not hesitate to ask me or myself or any of my companions.
She nods.
And then Rakim and Nasir, Gwendemir looks at both of you and he says, I will see both of you back at the infirmary. Let me know when I will speak to Sable's son at the conclusion of my studies. Good day to you both. And happy fighting. And he continues to walk inside, bro. He already Yeah.
That's funny.
This is crazy. Y'all gonna fight this godson on her home turf. All right, you know what? I wish I could watch, but I'm gonna watch out of character. Quindamir he want that knowledge right now. He want to see what they got. This is gonna be where he's spending all his money. Oh wait, actually, I guess we'll talk about that outside of character. But I'm curious as to like how it would work, as far as like trying to use that to research spells and whatnot. Unless it's not really for that; it's only for just the history and planes checks. I'm thinking that it has like scrolls of arcane.
Oh, you thinking it has
Stuff
like
there.
spells and shit there? No, it's for knowledge checks.
It's strictly for knowledge.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
good.
well,
It's a,
he'll
yeah,
learn that
I'm
as
saying,
he goes
yeah.
inside
I'm
there.
saying
and
it's a good
does
spot
other
for your character to like, if you know, when you next level, you're like, I put a rank here, you know, and you're like, you know, it could be like, oh, well, you got that rank of knowledge because you were in this library, you know.
Okay, that's still helpful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you
It's
need,
still
and
helpful.
and if like there's a particular history check that you want to make that's important, or a planes check that's important that you want to make, you could be like, all right, let me go to the library and make this check.
All right, so I'll add that as a.
Hey Lou, I'm sorry to interrupt, but a quick question about guilds. Do guilds work in this game the same way they do in 3.5, where you pay guild dues and then there's a sort of like benefit that you could get from being a part of a guild?
I think so. I have to look at I have to see how what Pathfinder does with that. I mean, if not, I'll probably use the D&D version, but I think they have something on that. I'll have to look into it.
Okay.
Damn. So who can you find a freaking wizard to mooch off of? Yeah, I have to look that up. Do some diplomacy, gather info.
So I see Rakim is first.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, you gonna get a 1v1? Y'all gonna get a 1v1 or a 2v1?
1v1.
GLDD HF.
1v1.
Sounds like a 1v1.
1v1s? Oh shit, son. I think y'all can at least take it to her a little bit.
I think it should have been a 2v1, bro. Y'all brothers.
That's what I'm saying, son. She thinks she got like she should be able to take both of them on. Yeah, I know. The teamwork is what would have been like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I can't sleep with these motherfuckers. She gonna hit y'all for real.
Because when y'all fight in combat,
She gonna be like, you made me use my hands?
Alright, so steps onto the mat of the dojo.
Step into the dojo.
And she's like, she goes,
I'm gonna hear a gong.
She goes, obviously this is a friendly spark.
Is it?
She basically her intent is like when she's keeping it unarmed. She's not using any lethal weapons, which she has here, but she's not using them. And her unarmed strikes will be non-lethal damage, so they won't.
-4.
They won't. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, no,
monks
monks don't get the penalty with the.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
For the free, yeah. That's what's dope about them too.
So it can be a totally friendly fight, pretty much.
All right.
Cool. All right. Yeah, so I'll step out onto the mat, give her a little bow. I look forward to seeing what you have to teach.
Oh, there you go.
And now
Humble.
we enter dual combat. Now, normally you can make initiative checks, which is a dexterity check. However,
She lets you go first. Anyway.
Alternatively, this duel can be starting off the duel can be started off with a different sort of initiative check, and it's decided by the two participants as it would be reflective of their approach to the duel. You can both choose to make initiative checks normally, or you can use a bluff, intimidate, or sense motive check in place of the normal initiative check.
Bluff, intimidate, or sense motive in place of initiative.
Her choice is sense motive.
She wants to read you, son.
You got this, my man sweating over here. Oh, shit, why she?
Well, I mean, I'd probably actually that's probably better for me too. I'd probably prefer to do sense motive as well.
All right, so make sense motive checks for your initiatives.
She was able to tell what I wanted before I even got the words out. I'm just saying. He's like, shut the fuck up. I know what you want, bitch. Don't try to sweeten me up. Up. Oh!
God, she's gonna fuck me up.
Of course the GM got a 19, son.
So,
I saw that one, son.
the two of you size each other up. You two of you lock gazes, size each other up, and
she one shots you.
In the middle, she one shot you, and
size you up, and you wake up in the infirmary.
And the second Rakeem blinks, like she had already rushed them. So she rolled initiative. She passed the initiative.
Damn, son, this is crazy.
R.I.P., bro.
Rip.
She passed the initiative, and she
And now you start rolling like shit.
And
Let's
she makes her first attack.
Oh,
I know, right? Watch me roll, man. Fucking.
I hope so. That'd be good.
That one.
She also makes this a charge. So her AC did drop by 2. But you can see like a soft. You can kind of make out like a soft aura around her for a second before it fades away.
Magic.
Aha!
Okay.
20. Oh, 2. Jesus
so she
Christ.
goes in to make the attack, and like your character's like insight, his wisdom, like your wisdom, was able to like catch that the attack was going to be a near hit. So like Rakeem's like just like he's standing there in his stance, and just like her fist just like goes right past him. She missed him. So it's your turn.
Showing off.
So she's right next to me now.
Yeah, she's next to you.
All right, so it's gonna be 2 of the flurry of blows, 2 of the defensive. Right, that's fighting defensively. Yeah,
that's what she get for showing off, son.
Okay, 10 plus 13, and then 19 plus 3. All right, so you go to flurry as you get into your stance. You're exchanging blows, and then a kick comes out from you, and it catches her. Actually hits her.
Shit! You actually.
You can roll damage.
It's a wrap now.
Huh?
She gonna fuck you up now.
It rolls it with it. That's the.
Oh, I see it. Oh, okay.
Range,
Oh, okay. I see it. All right, 7. All right. She like.
Yep.
She nods. She's like, all right, my turn. You see that aura again for like that aura from Last Dragon. We got that glow. We got that glow. You're able to. Your character's able to recognize that she's using her key. Like she's got access to. Obviously, like she's got access to her key pool. She She makes a flurry of her own with 3 attacks coming.
Oof.
Careful.
Ho ho ho.
Ooh.
In your crane stance, you just, and you can see the look on her face is a look of like her face is like grim and determined. She tries her best not
She's
to.
trying to kill you.
She tries her best not to Actually, let me see. Does she have a? Okay, let me roll this real quick. Roll sense motive.
Is it me roll sense motive?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Okay. All right. It looks like you don't see like any reaction on her after like any of her attacks have missed. She seems pretty stone faced. All right, you're up.
all right, 2 more. Attack number 1. 16 total. Attack number 2. 21 to hit.
All right, the 21 was another 4 damage. That was a hit.
Okay.
That's an asshole.
I got 2 hits on her.
So a total of 11. All right.
She's gonna be like, stop, stop, stop.
She goes with her 3
Beating my
attacks.
ass.
All right. What's your total armor class?
23.
23. All right. She got really close with those first 2 attacks, but once again, the master of your crane style
What
was
the
able
hell is
to.
happening?
She's got those three more whiffs.
Crane style.
I
holding
mean,
her at
whoever's
bay,
watching
son,
the
or
duel.
what?
I mean, Nasir's there watching the duel. But
Take
like
some
they're
notes,
just
boy.
it's just this martial like kicks and punches and these dodges and these twists and turns and like they're just going. I mean, they're going at it pretty much. Your turn. You're up. Oh, actually, I totally forgot.
Here we go.
Actually, let me see your attacks. Okay.
The yoke begins. Oh wait.
Oh,
Ooh.
fuck.
You know what I'm forgetting?
Is that it?
So what I'm
8
using,
and
I
a
can't believe.
fucking
You know what?
4.
I got so caught up in the fucking moment. I'm using the Pathfinder has a set of rules called dual combat. Obviously the whole initiative thing I mentioned was part of that. What I forgot to mention, and what I forgot to be using with for her, which you and her, as part of the duel, are allowed to make special immediate actions. One of these actions is called a dueling dodge. What it does
I know what this
is it'll give you a temporary bonus to your AC and reflex saves if you use it, but then it leaves you vulnerable to other attacks until the start of your next turn. What it would do is, as an immediate action, you could get a +4 bonus to your AC or a reflex save as a result of an attack, and it only applies to the attack that triggered it. But if the attacker can make more than one attack, like she can, like then it just uses your normal AC bonus. And once the attack is resolved, you take a -2 AC and reflex saves until the start of your next turn. That's if you choose to use a dueling dodge. The other thing you can use is the dueling parry.
Mm-hmm.
The dueling parry can be used as an immediate action, which is you can use it whenever, even off your turn. What this allows you to do is it allows you to deflect a blow from a melee or range attack directed at you. You can declare that you're parrying an attack as an immediate action, and what you do is you make the attack roll with whatever weapon you have, which is your unarmed strikes, and you use your full attack bonus, but with a -5 penalty. And if that attack roll is equal to or greater than the attack roll that was made to hit you, then you block it. It's like an opposed roll.
Okay.
If the parry is made unarmed, it's an additional -2 on the attempt, so total of -7 if either of you try to parry unarmed. And that's pretty much it. Those are the two things that you can do during a duel combat. You can dual parry or dual dodge as an immediate action. Should you need to use it. All right, now we go back to her turn. She does a flurry, but she only uses 2 attacks this time. Okay. So the first attack goes to hit. Again, you dodge it. The second attack connects.
She only used 2 of her. She's lining me up for something.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta take 4 non-lethal damage.
I'll take the 4. I feel like she's.
So you got 10. 10 more non-lethal damage, and you'll be knocked out. Or you can call, or before you get knocked out, you can just call the match. That's up to you. But if he's fighting to get knocked out, then that's your choice.
I said, knock me out, mother.
Come on, let's see if you can take me down. All right, you're up.
Classic. Rakim gets hit. You sort of hear.
There it is. Do it more.
First attack. 16. Second attack. 10. Ugh.
So she had hit you right towards your solar plexus. You were able to flex in time and stab off some of the damage. That was when you made your laugh, and you go to make your attacks back at her, and she swiftly dodges that, blocks it, and then she returns. You can tell. You see some sweat coming down.
Wait, sweat? Okay.
She's sweating now. Let's see. Should she? She's deciding whether she should harness her key again.
Kill you.
No, she
Can
does.
Pushing us, she's sweating.
She does harness her key. She harnesses her key again.
She's gonna be like, hey,
damn, that dice was bouncing all off of each other.
Out, right?
All right, both attacks. Both attacks.
Bullshit.
Both attacks miss. You're up.
Man, come on.
Damn it, dude, with a real hit.
Come on, man.
That's it. GG's.
All right, she uses her. She does her 3
Let's
attacks.
start
She
off
does 3
so
attacks.
I'm surprised you're still in this fight. So everything right now, you got bragging rights.
Ooh.
As far as I'm concerned.
3 attacks. She misses all 3 of those.
What the fuck?
You're up.
Oh man, dude, come on.
I'm about to look up what level is this fucking slow fall bullshit. Because I thought it was like she's
my God.
high ass level, son. What the fuck am I looking at right now?
Well, she's higher than level fucking 1, so I mean, honestly.
Right. She must not be unchained.
You said Yashi's 23, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's look at this bullshit.
All right, you're up.
Snowfall.
Dude.
Snowfall 20 feet. Oh, 4th level at least. Okay.
Oh
Alright,
my
that's not
god.
too crazy. Not too crazy.
Whew.
What's this? Oh, she rolled a
Listen,
1
every-
again and a 3 and a... Oh, that's
Dude.
you. That's you.
That's
Yeah.
me. Yeah. I'm rolling like shit now. 2 good rounds followed by crap.
You're doing good, man. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Right, you're not on the floor laid out, so.
Not yet. The 18 probably hit though.
That 18.
You can open the not yet.
Oh,
7, damn, that's chunking, son. That's chunking right now.
oh, that hurt.
Yeah, 3 more to go.
If Critter
You're
was
up.
a couple of levels,
Can I do that dueling that dodge?
I would've
stuff?
stayed.
Oh, you gotta. I
I'd
think
have been changing fate all
you gotta,
day.
you
for
gotta,
son.
you gotta mention, you gotta
Like,
state
nope.
it before I say the result. That's what you
Oh,
talking
okay,
about
it's
doing,
before the
dodge,
result.
yeah, before the result. Actually,
All right.
let me read it and double check. Hold up. Whenever a character target of a
Okay.
melee a spell from another participant, he can declare that he's making a dueling dodge as an immediate action. This grants on any as a result of the attack. The bonus only applies until the attack that triggered is resolved. It only applies until the attack that triggered the immediate action is resolved. The attacker can make more than one successful. The immediate action must be declared before the attack is resolved. The attack does not. Okay. Yeah, I already resolved that attack.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah.
You're up. Caught you a good roundhouse right to the
I'm
face.
doing it again. Come on, man. Oh, that was almost a 19. That's bullshit.
I'm surprised no all these rolls. I'm surprised no 20 has happened.
I know.
I guess what I'll do is like after I roll, I'll give you time to decide if you're dual dodging or not. All right.
Oh, so it's after the roll, but it's before the damage. That's what you're saying.
When I go before I resolve the attack, like if I go, all right, she's making her first attack, you got to be like, all right, I'm gonna dual dodge that one. Or if I go, all right, now I'm making my second attack, you can be like, you know what, let me dual dodge that one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, it's all good.
You're up.
Come on, Rory.
All right, the 18 was a hit, so she's she's got total 13 taken. She's looking she's breathing a little heavy there.
You see.
Let's see. You know what?
I'm breathing major heavy.
She does she have it? No, she doesn't. Damn. I'll try combat maneuver, but she doesn't have that. All right. You know she hasn't been using her key. She might be tapped out, or she might be holding it for something.
About to hit you with the sneak attack Kamehameha, bro.
All right, first attack and second attack. The flurry.
Oh, that's it. I'm done.
Damn.
Did you want to dual dodge the second attack?
I mean, if I can, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you can. I haven't declared if it hit or not, but you can be like, alright, I'm gonna dual dodge the second attack. So your AC is up an additional 4. So it's instead of 23, it's 27. Let me see, 19 plus. So you were able to dodge the attack. Until until I believe was the end of your next turn or the beginning of your turn. Until the start of your next turn, you have, which is coming up anyway. You would have a -2 penalty to your AC and reflex, but now it is your turn, so you don't have the penalty. However, since you took an immediate action off your turn, it uses up your swift action for your turn. But I don't think you have any. You don't have any swift actions to take anyway, so you're okay with that. So, you're up.
Come on, give me a. Oh God.
Well, there's no dodging that one.
Yeah.
I'm saying not a crit, but the last. Well. Depends on the damage. She got you, but you're still in the fight. You got she only did one. She rolled a 1 for damage.
Oh shit.
You're up. When that hit connected, you knew you thought you were done for, but you were able to. You were like almost went unconscious, and then you're like, and she at this point she's like looking very surprised.
This is glorious.
You
Oh,
really about to beat someone that's 3 levels higher than you? This is crazy.
Now we see what at least one of the brothers could do. That's nuts. Just a
Okay.
Shit, she might be out of commission for. You're not gonna get a chance.
She dual dodges the first attack. That ended up being a miss. However, your second attack was a hit, dealing 6 points of damage. What did I see she took before? Oh, she took a total of 19. She's looking. She's breathing extremely heavy at this point. And she's up. Let's see. She makes her attacks. They both miss. And then she stops. She bows. I yield.
Right back, yeah.
She's like, I yield.
Damn, you got her to yield, son. That's actually crazy, bro.
She goes.
You should be hyped right now.
She goes. While there needs to be much more refinement and temper that needs to be done for your skill and attacks, I am extremely impressed. I am extremely impressed with your crane style maneuvers.
Thank you. I am quite sure had you decided to continue, you would have me.
You have great potential for, I will admit, you just as equally would have had me. Which means, were you to grow to the experience and abilities that I have acquired, you would be much more greater than I. She's like,
remains to be seen.
She bows. Again, she's like, I look forward to tutoring you and training you, eventually to harness your ki. She turns to Nasir. She's like, ours will have to wait until tomorrow.
Damn. That's tough.
She going
That's
home to
tough.
rub her. She going home to rub down her joints in icy hot, bro.
Mhm.
Is he there?
Wow, so he beat her ass.
He's been mad quiet the whole time.
He might have
Missed
passed
his
out.
chance.
Yeah, damn.
That fight was way longer than I thought it was gonna be. So yeah.
He did. I think he did pass out for a while. Shit, I had a
Dude, I
role
thought it was gonna
play.
be like One Punch Man.
I had a role play scenario for him coming up, but I guess I'll have to wait till next time.
Yeah, according to Sears, he was like, you know what?
Missed
My
that whole
brother
thing.
got it. I don't need to watch this fight, son.
Whew. Dude, that
Yo,
her rolling that
Hakeem,
one
son.
saved me right there.
You probably had like 2 HP left.
Yeah, 2 on the dot.
That's crazy. Damn, couldn't be talking shit. No, he gonna be shocked. Shocked when he goes to the infirmary. You're not gonna be there.
Your non-lethal damage will mostly heal right back before the dinner. What are you, level 1? It heal 1 point every hour. So what?
Okay.
So like 4 hours. You'll be like halfway. Fully recover. You'll be like halfway recovered. Obviously, when your characters sleep for the night, you'll be totally recovered by the next day.
I'm just glad all the shit that I picked is working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that crane style shit was.
But as the
no joke.
As the group minus Waylon, who retired early for the evening, is enjoying the feast that Elder Foxglove has prepared for your group. He toasts to Sandpoint, to the people, to the gods, and to Sandpoint's goblin slayers. This is mostly in honor of you all. Quite sad that Waylon wasn't able to attend, but I believe he will be here in spirit. So your group chowing on some juicy, nice, medium rare, tasty, seasoned boar meat, and
I don't think we should be eating medium rare boar meat. I don't want a worm.
I don't want a worm.
You can handle it.
Roll fortitude, you're fine.
Roll of fortitude. Oh, I got the bubble guts.
No, with these dice rolls, I would not be surprised, man.
Yeah, that would be how my character dies.
GG
Oh my
dice
god!
is unforgivable.
You ate medium rare. You ate medium rare boar and rolled a 1.
Damn.
You got
a tapeworm that freaking killed you.
So you got
Imagine.
So Ameko's done.
Lila.
I'm done. Ameko's
Lila.
she is there obviously that evening, hosting, and help bringing out drinks and soups and broths and bread and other platters.
That motherfucker better not be trying to sit next to me. I'm gonna kill him.
You finally understand what everything was about.
So,
I just picture now Foxglove like walking in and like with the cheesy pickup lines and shit.
So, as your characters are enjoying their meal, and some of the inn's workers are there. Bethana, the halfling woman, is there. Like I said, Ameko's, she's present, but she's kind of like, assisting any other people that are staying at the inn or like helping out with your table. At some point during your characters eating and drinking and just able to relax and have a good time, and the tavern doors open and then slam.
Damn.
And then you hear like a sharp-tongued command bellow out in a strange language. None of your characters have heard this language. I don't know if anybody has linguistics. You could probably make a linguistics check if you
I do.
I have linguistics.
Then I say make a check
I got 8 only.
if you're trained in it. If you have a rank in it.
Yeah.
Let's see. It
I do.
is. What's mine? It's plus.
You said Caldum. Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah, he does have a rank in it.
I should use my prescience.
Oh, +4. Okay.
I can use it for any role, right?
Boom, boom.
Definitely not using my prescience. Okay.
Come on.
8 total.
+4.
Caldum.
Yep.
He might be the only one. Nobody knows. Oh shit.
Damn. Y'all could have just ate at me. You
Quindamir. Quindamir has a rough idea. The language sounds like something he's read about. It sounds like one of the languages from the eastern part of Galeria. Out of character, it sounds similar to Japanese.
Okay.
If you want like a visual in your head of like what you're hearing.
Wait, we're about to fight Son Goku.
Mm-hmm. Son Wukong.
He said Son Goku.
Son Goku.
So the guy that you see storming in and over like near your table, okay, be nice to scroll down. Oh, finally, damn, I think it took mad long to load for some reason. Where are all the NPCs at? Okay, is
There you go.
this character?
There he is. Monjuku Kaijutsu. Oh shit, this is the guy who's sick. Right?
Doesn't his daughter like run this place?
Yep. And yeah, that was the guy that they said at the festival who was he was supposed to give us also give a speech at the opening ceremony, but they said he was sick. So you see an elderly Tian man, and yeah, so he storms in, and then he switches to common, and he just barks out, "Where the hell is my daughter?" And so your group and the and any other patrons of the bar, some of the patrons that were there, like in their own little like private section or whatever, or at the bar, they have this look on their face like, and they roll their eyes like they know this guy and his mannerisms already. They roll their eyes like
it's him again.
Right.
Icarus slowly stands. In a very stern but slow voice, she goes, "Can you tell we are enjoying company and eating?"
Can I roll a sense motive on him?
Sure.
You are being very rude.
Ooh,
and you
nice
must apologize to everyone in this bar.
What the fuck?
So you have a hunch. You have a strong hunch that this guy is extremely angry, but not his anger. You have a feeling, the sense that yes, he has anger with his daughter that he just brought up, that he mentioned, but that you have this strong intuition that it's deeper than that. Like you have this hunch that it's just more than just about his daughter, where his anger would be coming from, and that he's about to take it out on her.
On my watch.
Okay. So
he appears to be a middle-aged Tian man, although he seems to look much older than his age, because he also looks like he hasn't slept in a while.
That's what Matt Samuel looks like right now. He just did like a backflip and now he's laying down.
You just put on his fucking onesie pajamas.
Hey,
All right.
I got one on clean right now.
I did that. I did that to kind of understand like where the anger's at, so I can kind of like I put my hand on Icarus's shoulder and like give her a look, like let him speak, like kind of like Like, I don't say any words, but I just kind of give, like, Icarus, I just give you this look, like, with my hand on your shoulder, like, trying to signal to you to let him finish saying what he's got to say. Kind of like pulling you back a little bit.
And he looks
Icarus
over.
takes-
So yeah, as Caldum says that to Icarus.
I don't say nothing. I just
Oh, you
kind
do.
of
Oh,
pull
yeah,
her
that's right. You
back.
just.
And
Yeah, okay.
Take a deep breath.
But he does react to what Icarus said.
Oh, let me hear it.
Turns and he looks at Icarus,
No
and then he
shit.
looks at the like. Oh, then he scans around like, as if trying to like find his
He's
daughter
this
again.
tall-ass
But then he
bitch.
like focuses on like your group, and he has this look on his face of even like even more anger, and like
I tried.
he points at all of you, and he goes, your presence here, all you people like you just endanger the town here. And he's like, your antics against the goblins. You should have left the defense of the town to the city guard and other trained professionals. Fools. If it was up to me, I'd kick you all out.
For a brief moment, there's like an ember of flame that goes on the table, and she like just glares at him. Where were you when the people were dying in the street? These people are saviors, while you complain, while people are dead. Apologize.
Apologize? I will not apologize to a band of vagrants that just are here to attract more trouble to the town.
Like pushes her chair back, and then
And
she
just
thinks,
as soon as you push your chair back,
Caldum takes his hand off Icarus's shoulder to allow Icarus to do whatever she might be doing next. But I kind of stand back and cross my arms and just glare at this man.
And just as she stands up, you push your chair back, and your Ameko rushes into the front room, and she has a ladle dripping with soup in her hand. So like she rushed out really quick, didn't even bother putting the ladle down. She just came to like see what the heck all the ruckus is about. So when he sees his daughter, she sees her father. She's like, "Father, what is your problem? What are you doing here?" And he like turns to her and he starts arguing with her, but in like in the language the characters aren't familiar with. And she like argues with him back in the same language. And you can tell there's like a lot of tension, a lot of like her having resentment and him having like this angry disappointment with her. And then she switches to common. And she's like, "No, I'm not going anywhere. I own this place. I run this place. This is where I stay." And he's like, "I already had to deal with the fact that you ran out, decided to go adventuring, and then you come back here and you sully our family name by buying and running this rundown place when you should be helping to run and manage the affairs of the Kaijisu family." And she like, you just see her like sitting there, arms folded, and like shaking her head. She rolls her eyes, and he starts arguing again with her in like his language. Argument starts back up, and then she just screams at him. She screams at him, and she screams in common. And she's like, "You know what? I'm done with you. Get the fuck out of my tavern this moment, you old piece of shit. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you trying to ruin my life, ruin our brother's life. I'm sick of it." So he gets pissed off and he grabs her by the hair, try to drag
And
her out of the
Icarus
tavern.
just starts walking.
As soon as you start walking, he like looks over to you, like you stay the hell out of this. And just as he points to you, while he's got make a fucking bash him across the head with her soup ladle, left a big mark on his head.
This man's about to get a burning shocking grass. You get the fuck up. You ain't about to disrespect this bitch in her own house.
So
It
like,
would be so crazy if he was like cheesy as wizard. Niggas got body.
so crazy of what?
He's about to catch all that
If
smoke.
he's a cheesy ass wizard or something, he just like looked over and was like, "You stay out of this." That was like power word, like stun or
Oh
something.
shit! So he like reels back from the strike, and like he looks shocked for just a second, and then that anger comes right back. He looks at her and he points at her, and he's like, "Fine, you are as dead to me as your mother."
Oh,
He turns and he leaves. He's out. He's out the door.
Yeah, you better run.
So she's quiet for a while. The rest of the tavern is. Foxglove's just sitting. Foxglove was kind of just sitting there, just like slowly chewing, like just like watching the whole thing. Oh,
he's
shit.
trying to look up Icarus' skirt the whole time.
So there was this look on her face as if she was about to cry, but she picks up her ladle. She looks at it. She pulls some of his hair out of the mess on the ladle. She puts up a smirk and she just says, "Huh. Guess I'll need a well-cleaned ladle now, since Jackass Stew's not on the menu here." And you guys can hear, your characters can hear like some of the other patrons cheering and a few of them laughing from what she said, to like help her attitude, which it does. She seems a little more cheered up after what just happened, and she turns to your group. She apologizes, like, "I apologize for that.
Not to apologize.
And I thank
He
you.
was the one rude.
I thank you for intervening. You know what? Enjoy free rooms for another week."
Let's.
Woo! Let's go.
You're fucking welcome. Okay. You're fucking welcome. I intervene. Okay. Y'all better give me some respect.
Story award. You all receive 600 experience points. Split.
Oh man, I thought we were about to level up.
You guys were like,
You
"What?"
can't split. You ain't shit.
Hey, how much did Watson get for killing that Goblin Commander? I don't think you gave him any EXP.
Oh, he got 200.
Man, cheese.
He got 200,
Story
and
XP.
then
You
I
know
think
what
the
that
group.
means?
Yeah, I think
no
the group.
level.
He said
I don't
no
know.
level. I mean, with that, your characters, finish the rest of the night, and
I think
The
I
rest
should have
of level
leveled up
one?
after winning the spar.
We're like,
You
what,
did complete
800?
that challenge.
We're like
That
800.
makes me level
1400
4.
XP. Yeah, I think you gain level up with 2.
no, that would be story XP as well.
Waylon goes to find Icarus after all that craziness happened. I'm assuming.
Oh, I thought Raylan retired for the night.
I did, but Icarus, he stayed up because Icarus said
Also, he
that,
was there. Okay.
that she wanted. No, he wasn't downstairs. He was in his room.
Oh, okay.
He was in his room trying to figure out the formula.
Little spell book and chill.
Trying not to show my powers. This man keep tripping.
Okay.
Yeah, and he also used his extract, one of his extracts, to create a potion of healing, and he drank it so he could heal his wound. And that reminded him of his conversation that he's supposed to have with Icarus.
Old dude says 706.
So it was
So
like, what's
close,
that?
Caldum. So close.
What's that? 1d8 that is? It's
Yeah, 1d8.
plus 1. Probably the
Well,
exact damage.
you heal the yeah, you heal back the damage you took from the goblin. Drink your extract.
He sucks his teeth and throws it against the wall. It's like,
And he
it
sounds pissed.
makes no sense to have the power to only heal myself. That poor child. If I could only find a way to make this magic Icarus. Where is she? And then he gets up and goes to find her.
He goes to find who? The
Icarus.
Oh, Icarus. Okay. They were downstairs. I guess by the time you came downstairs.
And it was Pathfinder craziness.
Yeah,
standing
I would say
riled up.
I would say you came downstairs like in the middle of all that happening, and then watched the last half of it like eventually fizzle out.
I'm about to fight this man.
Mm-hmm.
So you were able to see Icarus's response to that, and the food smells really good. Your stomach starts to grumble.
Just I'm wondering, was this is after the fight and everything? Rakim, Nasir, myself, we're all at the table, right? We saw that whole thing with the
Yeah, this was like after you spent time at the Bluestones and you were like pretty much spending a few hours out of the
Okay.
tavern while they were setting up the meal, like while they
I
that
see
was
what
all
you're
getting set
saying.
up. Yeah. So like your characters came to the end like towards the evening, when you're ready to like eat and relax and drink and clean
Mhm.
up and then go to bed and wake up to a new day.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, damn, it's crazy to think that. How many sessions is this now? Probably like 6 or 7. They really stretch out the fucking XP sub. They really stretching out the XP first level. I've never felt like XP was this long at level
Hey, and
2,
in Pathfinder, doing 1,000 is like expedited. That's like the fast version.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if we were doing the slower one?
It is the adventure pass to use the fast track, which is what I was gonna use.
I mean,
I
Lewis
was gonna
claims
use
that
it
it speeds
anyway,
up later on.
but
It's like fast track my ass.
He claims it's the fast track.
He said it speeds up later on.
well, no,
Don't
yeah,
worry, guys.
it's all
Next year will be level 3.
like the first couple of chapters is like I said in the WhatsApp, it's like it's setting, it's world setting,
Yeah.
and you got XP out of
I'm just
it,
talking shit because.
Oh, okay, you got XP out of it. You got to some fights.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
got my hands a little.
I added.
no,
I
was asking,
actually made the fights bigger because the group is 6 people and not 4. So you're definitely getting the right, if not a little more XP than normal for the adventure.
So yeah, but I was just asking, is my calculation right that I'm at 706 right now?
I believe so.
Sure.
Is it 100 for the boar and then 100 for this? I would say yeah. Well, it should be 806.
It
Oh,
seems to
okay,
me,
okay.
It
He
seems
said, "I'll
to
tell you
me
good."
that
Not gonna argue with that.
Sandpoint seems to
Yeah, I would
be
say,
a
yeah.
place where family comes to bicker and fight. I certainly hope that the very start, since this family that we have here now coming together, is not influenced by such negative aspects. I say that only not because of what I saw just now between the Kaijitsus, but I also, if we remember correctly, when we first came here, was it the sheriff who has a problem with his brother?
Mm.
I don't know what it is about this place and families, but
I
it doesn't seem to be a place of healthy ones.
I knew that was gonna get brought up. There is
Damn,
a
son,
there is a family
they
theme
need-
going on here. I was like, what the fuck?
They need a therapist in this town. They need Quindemir's
They
help.
need Jesus. They need Jesus. Oh, what are you going? What is it?
So they need Quindemir's help.
They need
Mm.
Iomade. They need Iomade.
Icarus, you have much to discuss.
Iomade.
I have reached a point in which I am stuck. There is a particular formula for a creation of mine that I am stumped. And I feel that I am stumped in my realizations because I have spent my entire life surrounded by those who practice magic from how should I say, a studious point of view. And he looks over at Quandemir. Not that there is anything wrong with such a thing, but my magic happens to lie somewhere in between those who must study and those who already have an innate understanding. While I must also break down formula a lot similar to Quendamir, I also use my own reserves of magic in order to produce the effects that I do. And you have shown me that you also have an innate magic to you. I think by merging these two concepts, by looking at how Quendamir understands and memorizes the formula in order to produce the spell effects, and seeing you also mold your inner magic by putting these two together, I will crack the, 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 the plateau that I have reached in my studies. I think we can help one another.
It's like moves some hair from her face, and she kind of like gives like a lighthearted chuckle. I think we can help each other. Your skills is not something I've seen before, and I'd like to know more about it.
In your particular vocation, you focus on the positive side of magic heal. I understand a small portion of this. I too can do the same thing, but in a different form. I am trying my best to get my magic to expand so that it can affect more than just myself, so that I can heal in a more direct form, like yourself. I will need your help in this. And in return, I can show you how to use your innate magic better.
Well, Waylon, let's find a place where we can chat and discuss things.
And he turns around to Foxgrove and he says, hopefully you are okay with me taking up the time.
Wow, son, that was fast.
He takes a sip of his wine. He's like, no, no. He goes, no,
Still
no,
didn't get it.
not
Shit, Joe.
not at all. You have a fine evening, Sir Deepvale.
I was waiting. I was waiting for Foxglove to like make a move. You know, especially
That
after
dude is
drinking.
drunk, bro.
Especially he saw this motherfucker bitch get up, about to fight some man for no reason. 6'4".
After he cracks that joke, he turns up. He as he walks off, he looks at Window Man and gives him a wink to let him know that he's all right.
I rolled a fucking 11. I have
All right.
no fucking clue what
Well, characters rest
I mean,
up.
Waylon pretty much wrapped that whole up.
So with that, next day, your characters, get start their mornings with their usual routines and getting cleaned up, getting dressed, getting preparing their spells or their extracts that they need at the moment, or they'll if they're leaving their slots open for later.
I leave my slots open.
And then
I don't have enough slots to be open. Sadly.
and then Rakim actually wakes up. He actually wakes up heavy coughing. Heavy coughing and like sweat. Like his body just feels extremely sweaty and feels fatigued.
Damn.
That monk hit you with quivering palm, and now it's
Your constitution is 1 point lower. You've come upon you know, feel pretty nasty, feeling pretty sick. Still move about, whatnot. You know, you're not like bedridden, but
Yo, let me treat poison for this guy, my guy. Jesus Christ.
disease, not poison.
Treat disease.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Which
Part of the heal check.
kit,
Yeah.
Yeah, with my healing kit. Yo, hold on.
Healing kit will give you a bonus.
Yo, I get a +2 because of the healing kit.
But yeah,
I'll
you
wait till I see
feeling pretty, you know,
Yeah.
feeling sick. You know, it might go away on its own. You know, your fortitude just needs to build up more. Probably, you know, maybe you could walk it out. You're not sure. You just know you're not feeling 100% today. You know, people get sick time to time. It happens, but this feels pretty nasty. Feels sudden. It feels sudden, is what it is.
Feels pretty
to your
nasty.
character. It feels nasty. It feels sudden. But as I'm sure Rakim sees it, he's probably like, this will strengthen my fortitude. This is all the more for me to
I do
practice.
not shy away from discomfort.
Actually, that's a good question. Does he even want to be healed?
That would be up to him. I mean, I'm sure he's not gonna kill himself from it, so it's gonna get, you know, like if it goes on, he's just gonna be like, all right, could you treat this shit? Cause I'm at like 2 points of Constitution. And I've got like 3 hit points max. So let's. What is your Constitution right now? Because that does affect your hit points when it drops. Constitution 16. Okay, yeah, the 1 point loss also caused a loss of 1 hit point. So your maximum hit points is 13 for now.
Ew.
And your Fortitude saving throw is +4 instead of +5, since that's based off of Constitution as well.
Just in case you want to be healed, that's my rule.
He's like, I'm gonna hold on to this heal check just in case. I'm gonna hold on to this heal check. All right. With that, there is a message. Actually, no, not a message. The sheriff. Guys get a lot of visits from him. He likes you.
You like go do his job or something?
Sheriff comes.
You better
in.
employ us.
Sheriff is like, he goes, greetings, fair morning to you all. I understand, yes, I know what you're thinking. You've seen quite a lot of me lately. This one's actually quite important, you see, for Mayor Devon herself. Wishes for your audience.
What the fuck was that song?
Who? What was that again? I didn't hear it.
Oh, you see. Is this guy snoring? I don't know.
Huh?
I think it's Matt snoring.
It really is.
How's that possible?
How's it Matt?
Yo,
That's not Matt.
He's in Discord still.
Oh, Johnson.
Yeah.
that motherfucker like.
He's still in Discord.
He said.
Nah,
it sounds like someone getting their back blown out.
Oh shit! Damn.
In his defense, it is 1:36 a.m. So
Right.
we've gone past our normal cutoff time.
Well, no, he's been gone since like 12:15.
He was
yeah?
gone, during the whole freaking the sparring
During the
match. He was
fight,
already
yeah.
gone.
Even before the sparring, he was quiet even a little
Oh,
bit.
yeah.
I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
ask what happened.
Somebody
All of a
getting a different
sudden,
form of XP.
camera went away.
He got some catching up to do.
He went
But-
radio silent a long
Anyway,
time ago.
he says Mayor Devrin.
Having a whole nother sparring match.
He says Mayor Devrin actually wishes for your audience.
Mm.
For real, so
So I guess
The
I'm
mayor- the
all
mayor-
all coffee and whatnot.
The mayor
sound like
herself.
somebody was grappled. So
We beat.
I'll show you how to stab a boar.
It seems
That's
that-
tough, man. That's tough.
whore.
He says we will be meeting at the town hall.
Poor Matt, son.
We've got some news that might interest you.
Shit.
Where?
It says to come to town hall. Where
Mm.
the mayor Devrin herself wishes an audience with your group. The meeting will
Mayor
be taking
Devrin.
place
Ah.
it will be taking place in the office on the second floor of the town hall.
Okay.
The mayor herself. And we have been here less than a week, and already we are receiving such grand attention. I could only hope that there is some sort of gold coming our way, because to be honest with you, if it was not for Miss Kaijitsu, we would not have a place to stay. We would all be homeless.
I wouldn't be. Speak for yourself.
Oh shit. Thank
Well,
God.
technically speaking,
Well,
where you
Waylon,
live
it's
is not
the
your
least they
home,
can do for everything we've done for them.
Let us see
Not to
what
be
she has to
rude.
say. I am not sure how this goes, but if I remember correctly, knights who serve our kingdom are given our land. Only must they pledge their fealty to the king. We are talking about a mayor, a totally different, smaller animal, so to speak. I don't expect to be given a plot of land, but some sort of job or some sort of task that will give us at least some spending money to buy bread and cheese. The basics of living is all I am looking for at this point.
Can't
Aye,
be
aye.
living off of in food.
Wait. I feel like you have forgotten your studies.
Ah, don't worry about that. I spent the entire night studying. To be honest with you, Icarus gave me a wonderful idea. I am now going in a new direction concerning my bombs. A notion that I had in the back of my mind, but I know now is possible. Now that I have seen what Icarus has done. If she can convert fire into positive energy, then so can I, just in a different way.
Mm.
Cannot wait to show you. But there's still so much more to the formula that I do not understand, but I will have it. I am on the verge. I can smell success. Yo, he's literally going to do exactly what fucking Icarus did. So with his
That's
bombs, it's gonna be
godlike.
godlike. And all he did was see her do it once. I love this character.
So, well, with that, your characters, get themselves ready and.
So as
Windermere
far
was
as
gonna
the,
elaborate, and then he's like, "Good. Let us make our preparations to see the mayor." Kind of lets it go.
as far as the treat disease check,
Mm-hmm.
like Rakim like will always like accept healing, but he's never gonna like ask for it. So if I'm coughing up a storm and sounding all shitty and you want to treat him, he'll always accept it, but he's never gonna be the one to ask for it.
And
If
when you
the
when you
disease
do treat his
continues, bro.
disease, you'll need to. He's got to take some clothes.
Mm.
Shit,
son.
Uh-oh.
Why is your skin so different?
All right, so that would have to be somewhere private then.
So
Right.
your skin so deep. Sounds like a perfect excuse.
Kind of hard to How hard to
Sounds like
treat,
something
Every-
else.
how hard to treat
Everybody-
somebody when they're
Busters.
completely covered up. and you're
Everybody
like,
has had personal time with Icarus, but the guy who wants personal time with
Yeah.
Hey,
Because he's trying too hard. He's trying
He's
too
like,
hard.
hey,
son.
he's like, hey, can you heal my drunkenness?
For real, just like Matt said.
I got a
real
blister.
life
I got a blister on my
It's-
hand from stabbing that boar with the pole arm.
Which
Mhm.
parts does she have to see? Also,
I have to see all of it.
The foreskin.
Well, think about it this way: if she had to put a cool rag on your forehead to cool your
Mhm.
fever, then like she would have to at least see your forehead,
She
right?
has
Like,
to see
right. She has to
almost
give you
regular
medicine.
put the
You
rag
gotta
up there,
open your
man.
mouth with your
shit.
hobgoblin
Yeah.
jaw.
But out of character, if you don't want me to tell
Long-term
people-
care. Feel me?
Yeah, long-term care. Damn.
Yeah, I got.
Mhm.
Ooh, do I need to roll that too?
You
Damn.
changing your diapers, bro.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think in order to treat a disease, it has to be long-term care.
Okay, then that
Insulin.
will be my
Gonna,
long-term.
gonna have to get you some Depends.
Yeah.
I'm loose, so I spend.
I wouldn't say
spend-
Depends for men, but I think we need Depends for hobgoblins. I don't know how that
Mhm.
works.
I leave my
Wow.
extracts open, Lou, but I do spend an hour creating a mutagen.
All right.
The mutagen that I'm gonna create is gonna be one to improve his dexterity.
All right.
Wait.
Muted dexterity created.
No, there's a
Icarus
separate-
is going to give you a suppository with a flame.
There's a separate role for treat disease. There's a separate role for it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think it like replaces the fortitude save or some shit like that.
It's whatever the.
Well, it gives a
DC
bonus.
save
I think
for
it
the
gives a bonus to the
disease.
fortitude save or some shit like that.
So do I roll twice to treat disease and long-term care?
Long-term care is different. That's for like healing HP and ability points.
Okay.
It's just
Oh.
yeah. It's just treat disease. That's a separate check.
Okay.
That's a separate thing, separate use.
Alright.
So as your characters go to town hall, you see this rather impressive looking building, and go inside. You are taken to a comfortable office on the second floor of the town hall, where you see inside, besides Sheriff Hemlock, you see Mayor Kendra Devrin and an elven woman. Can you load?
Hmm.
Does the elven woman look familiar?
Oh shit, it's my rise. Nah, damn.
Shalilu Adasana, really?
Yeah, she does look familiar. She's actually, you've actually seen her a few times around your hometown, Calvin. She is Shalelu Adosana.
Do I know her?
You know that she travels a lot throughout Varisia. She sometimes stops at your village, usually to like catch up on news, and she's kind of a mix between a bounty hunter, survivalist, mercenary kind of a profession.
Oh,
She
okay.
is-
So basically, I simp for her, is what you're saying.
yeah.
For Calvin, that's his type of lady. You know what I'm saying? You're like,
fellow
Shalelu, I haven't
ranger.
seen you visit in a minute. You know, what's up?
Damn.
She'll come
Look at
through.
that,
you like my
son.
hair?
Everyone's finding their match. How do I like How do you like my hair? Wow.
This is Match.com fucking Pathfinder edition. Fucking Tinder.
So
Pathfinder.
Tinder, son.
Lewis did with that one
Pathfinder.
fucking lore guy.
Help people meet online.
so
Waylon's getting chased down by his fangirl. You know, Icarus is getting it on with Mr. Foxglove. He's about to take the glove off.
Why do we keep?
You know, and now Calden's like, Shalelu. I want to Shalelu with Shalelu.
he wants to shalalalalu. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Oh
so
my
Hemlock.
gosh.
Now my 13-year-old daughter is standing here looking mortified right now.
Oh shit.
Damn. What are you about to do with that money?
So Mayor Devrin.
Explain that.
Mayor
ran away
Devrin,
crying.
which would be
Shit. Scarred.
she goes.
So I do know her then.
Yes, you know her.
When we walk in. Okay, cool. And then make immediate eye contact.
She looks at you and
Smolder.
Sup, girl?
she like looks at you.
Smolder.
She looks at you and after a couple of moments she has that
Into the
she has that she
Spider-Verse.
gives you
Hey.
she gives that look of a recognition, like she nods like okay,
After a
like
couple moments, would she like not remember me? I'm offended.
Bar number
Hey,
one. Bar number one.
you.
High level.
She's like, you may have been a passing fling. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Stop it.
I'm a busy elf. Anyway,
I'm a busy elf. Did you hear?
I live 1,000 years. A lot of things I gotta remember. Every once in a while, memories slip. Let me. Anyway.
It's an old foul
Fleeting memory.
That's it, right?
Right.
Wait, how old is she?
Fleeting. No, I'm saying she's not 1,000. I'm saying she could live. She could live up to 1,000. But no,
I
she's
was
not.
about to say, man, is she like a gilf?
No. Great gilf. No, anyway, all right. Anyway, sidetrack it here. So the mayor stands from her seat and she claps her hands, not claps. And she nods over towards the group. She's like, "A pleasure to meet you all. I don't think I've ever formally introduced myself. I remember seeing your group at the festival. I am Mayor Kendra Devon. You already know Sheriff Hemlock." And Hemlock he nods over to the elven woman and he says, "And this is Shalelu Andosana. She's what one could say an unofficial member of Sandpoint's town guard." And with that, she smirks. And she introduces your characters to her as, according to some of the people, Sandpoint's newest crop of goblin slayers.
Okay.
And so he explains to Shalelu. No, I mean, he explains to your group. He's like, Shalelu here is known to have been a thorn in the side of the local goblin tribes for years. Few in the region know more about them than she does. She's given us a report that Sandpoint has not been the only place in this region that's been having goblin troubles. To keep it short, well, there's been an increase in goblin-related raids along the Lost Coast, particularly in the dale between Nettlewood and Mosswood. Just a day ago, a farm south of Mosswood was burnt to the ground by a group of goblins. Thankfully, Shalelu here was nearby, and although the farm couldn't be saved, she did rescue the family and drive off the goblins. We've got the family staying at a nearby farm for now, but the goblin problem clearly doesn't seem to be going away. At this point, he turns to Shalelu and cedes the floor to her, and she's sitting in a chair, lean back, legs crossed. And she looks over your group and she goes, "Balos told me of your work against the goblins. Well done."
Let me stop you right there. We did not come here in order to have more accolades poured upon us. Because to be honest, one of the goblins in which we should have killed, unfortunately was hiding in a child's closet. Nearly took off the arm of the child, and the father had to give up his life in order to protect his wife and child. That happened last night. Now, I am not here to detract away from the importance of this upsurge in goblin activity. Clearly, from last night's escapades, it is a very, very serious matter. One that caused a father and a daughter to have a particular point of contention, although that relationship seems like it was sour way before the goblin showed up. But my thing that I am trying to point out to you is that not only do you have a goblin problem, right? You also have an undead problem. And to make matters worse, or to make matters even more imperative, you have a necromancer problem. Now, all of this talk of goblins is, again, important. But please, let's not forget that is even still the least of the problems of Sandpoint. I beg, continue. He leans back, crosses his legs, and then he places his hand inside the open part of his jacket.
She goes, ah, well, thank you for that information. That would be quite helpful for locating and discerning who the suspect is that's been causing these goblin incursions, shall we say. For those that are wishing to stay in the region or to stay for a period of time in Sandpoint, it is not just an individual matter, it is a community matter. And from what I've been hearing and been told, for a new group of travelers, you're quite adept when it comes to defending yourselves and others, which makes sense. See somebody who's an accomplished, from what I hear, from what I heard, see an accomplished alchemist, the younger brother who's apparently got talent of some sort. I don't think anybody's seen Waylon like actually cast a spell. Have they? Not Waylon.
No.
Quindamir.
Well, we've only seen him shoot a crossbow a couple times.
Yep.
Uh,
to take my word for it.
right.
He did
So
give some very good
Trust me, I'm a
so
wizard.
yeah, with the younger brother
In
who's
our
got
eyes,
some
this motherfucker just a
younger
commoner.
brother that has some hidden talent, that may have some hidden talent. Two Irori monks, whose identities are quite well hidden apparently. And she like looks at these two. She looks at the two monks with like almost a sense of suspicion, but then she moves on. And she looks at Icarus. She's like, some sort of another magic user, sorcerer, I believe.
She knows, doesn't she?
And she's like,
knows.
although stories seem a little bit jumbled about your abilities and talents. And she looks over at Caldum. She's like,
She knows.
oh yeah, I remember you. She's like, so how's
Used
your?
to pee your
She's like,
pants in school.
so how's your back feeling?
Excuse me?
I didn't. She's like, how's
Bro,
your?
she blew your back out? Yo!
What is your back feeling?
She blew your back out? Damn!
I know that tree branch is quite an uncomfortable position, but we made it work out, didn't we? She winks.
Damn!
Whoa.
Damn!
The futa fucking hentai.
She's
son.
like, she's like, we'll have a drink later. I got some stress to relieve.
God damn.
But anyway,
shit.
so back to business at hand. So Baylor's told me of your work against the goblins. Well done, well done. As he's already said, I've dedicated the last several years of my life to keeping them from causing too much trouble around these parts. But they're tenacious and fecund little runts, like weeds that bite. So listen, if you're going to be hanging around, then pay attention. Take notes. There are 5 major goblin tribes in the region. And like she stands up and she goes over to like a nearby table where you can see like a layout of like Sandpoint's, surrounding regions. And she's like, she starts pointing certain spots. She's like, and they're pretty good at keeping each other in line with their intertribal squabbles and the like. Yet from what I've been able to piece together, members of all 5 tribes were involved in the raid on Sandpoint. A fair number of the Mosswood goblins I dealt with yesterday were already pretty beat up. And there was a lot of chatter about the Longshanks who killed so many of them. You guys. And now that I've met you, it seems obvious from their descriptions who they were talking about. Seems like you've made quite an impression. In any event, the fact that the 5 tribes are working together disturbs me. Goblin tribes don't get along unless they've got something big planned. And big plans require big bosses. I'm afraid that someone's moved in on the goblins and organized them. And judging by these recent raids and from what you've just told me, and she turns to Waylon, seems what they're organizing is going to be bad news for all of us. Sheriff Hemlock then makes an announcement as he steps forward. He turns to the mayor, and then he turns to looks at Shalelu, and then looks at your group. He says this. I'm going to be leaving and taking a few of my guards south to Magnamar. We're going to see about securing additional soldiers to station here for a few weeks, at least until the goblin threat can be determined. And he turns to Shalelu. While I'm out of town, I'm hoping you can sniff around Shank's Wood, Brine Stump, Mosswood, Devil's Platter, and other places where goblins live to see if you can discover anything else about what's going on. And then he turns to your characters. And he says, the locals all have taken a very proud liking to all of you. And seeing you around town will do a lot for keeping their worries down over the next few days. So the mayor looks to your group, and she says, now that you have been informed of this, she's like, we hope we will have your continued cooperation, and if there is anything you need that requires the assistance of the mayor, you will have it. It's a token of my appreciation for what you have done against the goblins during the festival. And then Shalelu, she stands up and fixes her gear up, and she goes, when you all have time this evening, meet me at the Rusty Dragon. I like to frequent there. I'm friends with Ameko. She said some good things about you guys also. So, friend of hers, friend of mine. I'd like to hear more about the Sandpoint raid. And I have a lot more goblin lore that I can impart upon you later this evening, if you're interested.
Oh, the enemy. So yes, you have my interest.
That was Shalelu talking to us.
Yeah, that was her.
Yeah.
Hemlock was the
And
one that said Hemlock. Yeah, Hemlock was one that. Yeah, Shalelu was the one that said all that.
Okay, so I look to her and say, then we will have much to discuss this evening.
She looks and she's like, oh, well, that would be late this evening.
Waylon rolls his eyes. There's a place and time for these things. Jeez.
And with that,
Elves.
your characters have a day to themselves until the evening, where they will be talking with Shalelo. Shalelo.
Hmm.
And that'll be a good stopping point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still present, even though I'm half here. This
That'll be a
chair is
stopping point.
uncomfortable at this point. But
I
I'm
gotta
here,
call
son.
it.
I'm
I gotta
here,
go put the
son.
kids to bed.
I'm trying to get that level, son.
He said, "I'm trying to get that
Keep
level."
going.
He's like, "Keep going." I
So
mean,
I
I'll be
looked up what
from the
Sandpoint has for mercantile stuff, and they have the Sandpoint Mercantile Guild.
yeah. The Mercantile Guild is actually I think it was created by the founders of the town, so it's like the center point of like the economy for the whole town.
Yeah. It's the capital district
yeah.
too, Magnum.
What was I gonna say? I know you're waiting for that, Quinn.
Yo, I don't even care about second level. I can't wait to hit third level because I want this shit. That's what I want. Okay.
I will say this. Definitely at the spot we're at in this adventure. Definitely next session, you guys will be able to hit
Give me my
we'll be able to
blood
hit your second level.
He said next session we're gonna hit level 2 and 3.
Can we
2
please?
and
That's what I heard.
3.
Yo, let me get my blood intensity. Let me get it, bro.
What is this?
I need to get my precise shot.
I get to increase
We
the
do need you to get
maximum
precise
damage,
shot,
guys. Don't play with me, son. All that 5d6 fire damage. Let me start that at 10th level. I'm instantly doing 10d6. Don't fucking play with me. I cannot
The
wait.
intensified spell is a good feat.
No,
If-
it's not even intensified spell. It's blood intensity. I
What's
don't
that?
have to add it as a spell.
What's that
as a
from?
feat.
Blood intensity.
It's
All right,
from the
homies.
blood
I gotta call it a
mutations.
night though. I gotta go put my kids to bed.
Alrighty.
It's a
Alright,
blood
good night,
mutation
fellas.
it's the blood mutation for the sorcerer. I can substitute that from any of the
He's a blood vampire.
Oh, it's a bloodline. Oh, that's a bloodline mutation.
it's a blood. It replaces any of the third level abilities I get from any of my bloodlines. So
Well, dude, since you still we have a day, pretty much until we go and meet with them. Waylon goes, he visits Sava's armory. I know he kind of.
Day and no
I'm
money.
assuming that this is the list that Rinshin gave to him. So he visits fucking Sava's armory to try and basically make friends with Sava. And then he went to the Sandpoint lumber mill, where his Iber Thorn is there, links with him. And then the Red Dog Smithy, that's where Das Korvat is, and links with him. And so, that's where his skills are gonna be coming from. Probably basically become an apprentice to all three of them, so he could start learning.
Here it is. He's got his content.
Set
Excuse me. Oof. I definitely would like to spend the time trying to find an actual wizard.
Yeah, there is.
That I could bum a fucking spell book from.
You gotta go over to
I'll find it on my time off.
A wizard beggar.
May I use your spell book, please?
Motherfucker in the streets of a sign. We'll work.
Please.
We'll work for
A
scrolls.
spell book.
We'll work for scrolls. Please.
We'll work for scrolls. We'll give Pharaoh for
you gotta go in order. I think Quendemere has to go to the Feathered Serpent. They sell magical trinkets and tools there, so maybe you'll find a wizard there.
Maybe. I need something, that's for sure. I got nothing. My spell book's supposed to be fat right now.
I don't even know.
Meager as fuck. I know I'm level 1. I'm just saying.
I
Well,
don't
I
know
mean,
what to do.
if we, you know, damn well we're facing a necromancer, so if we take him down, that's a spell book right there.
Which is fucking perfect because all of my spells does healing. I can make my
That's a
spells do
necro,
healing.
though. I have freaking. I think that's one of my skills that I fucking prohibited now.
I don't think he'll have all necro. Probably have some other spells besides necromancy spells that you could get a hold of.
I can't wait till I get Wall of Fire. So it's just gonna be
And-
a wall of healing.
And the best thing
Cannot
about it,
wait.
Matt, is you won't have to spend money to rewrite it. If you can master another wizard spell book, it's a check that you have to roll basically. And they'll save you, because like for you to copy the spell, it costs you money, and it costs you pages in your spell book.
Catch you guys later.
Alright.
Yo, later,
All
homie.
right, bro.
Good game.
So, yeah, you
GG's,
can read
homie.
all that stuff yourself, Matt. But yeah, the copy spells, it costs you spell pages per spell level, and then it costs you GP per spell level that you're copying. So it's best to just get a spell book and then master the spell book and just keep it as your own.
I don't
You
think you
gotta
can.
pass it.
When
I
it
don't think
co-
you can master it though, right?
Yeah, you can. When you get someone else's spell book, you roll a check to see
oh,
if you
to
like.
just master their whole spell book.
Yeah, to master
Yeah.
the spell book.
There's a way where you instead of copying their, because it's like you can prepare from the other spell book if it's not yours if you make a spellcraft check. I mean, but if your spellcraft is high enough, like it was with fucking Claudius, like you know, even on a 1 he passed, so like he would get other people's spell books and just not bother copying them because his spellcraft was so high he could just prepare them as if it was his normal spell book.
Yeah.
But
Oh, and
yeah,
then it
no,
becomes,
but
like, spells he's mastered.
but what you can do is
What the
instead of
fuck?
copying another wizard's book into your own 1 by 1, there is a skill check you can make where you like attune yourself and study and master the other wizard spell books, and if you're successful at the check, then the book counts as if it was your own. Like you won't need to make checks to prepare spells from it. Because the thing
Right.
because the way they explain it is every wizard writes their formula in their own way, kind of like having your own handwriting. So like even though you both cast the same spells and you both got the same exact tradition, the way you write your formulas and the way you write, you know, the way the way the way they write down like how to cast the spells that they learned
Mm-hmm.
is it's different. It's different enough where you have to make like a spellcraft check to prepare the spell from their spell book. Or you can just copy their spell into your spell book, and then you don't gotta make the spellcraft check, because now what you did was you just rewrote it, but in your own way, the way that you understand. The third
So
way,
basically, one way would save me some time.
the third way is to just master the
And
whole
money.
book, just
And
master
money.
the whole guy's book. But I think if you fail the check, you gotta wait another.
The
You
whole level.
You gotta wait to add another rank in spellcraft or some shit. So that's like a whole level. But you can still
But it's
prepare
better
spells
than
from it, yeah. I mean, it's a spellcraft check. I think it's like 15 plus the spell level. So if you were preparing a first level spell from somebody else's book, you would need to roll a DC 16 check. If you succeed, then you prepare the spell. If you don't, you gotta wait till the next day to
Right.
like attempt it again or some shit.
Yeah, it's great until you really need a spell and you roll a 1 and you fuck.
Right. I mean,
So it's like-
ultimately, you want your own fucking your own spell.
Right.
You want your own spells in your own spell book. Until your spellcraft's so fucking high, like even on a 1, you can prepare 9th level spells from another wizard's book. Then it doesn't matter.
And that's what I want.
I mean, that's what Claudius was doing that by like level fucking 11 or 10 or
Bro,
whatever.
start setting people on fire.
Also,
Wizards
when
so
it comes to
fucking-
like
so much
when it comes to
talent,
the
so much,
I guess when it comes to the
bookkeeping.
I'm a post this in the thing, but when it comes to the marketplace for Sandpoint, it has a base value of 1,300 gold pieces, which means you can find things and items that are like worth that amount or less. So like you could find the 1,000 gold piece, you know, equipment or item that's there. Every month there's going to be a random selection of like minor magic items and medium magic items that will be like available in town. You know, until like the next month where like I roll a whole new set, you know. And
That's
it could
dope.
that could be anything, you know. It could be like, oh shit, a cloak of resistance +3 just came through town. Like what the fuck, like something like that, you know. The spellcasting limit is 4th level, so like if you needed to pay for somebody to cast a spell, like you can have somebody cast a spell that's like 4th level or lower. And then there's the purchase limit is the most money a shop in the settlement can spend to purchase any single item from you. If you're trying to sell something worth more, then you'll either have to settle for less or go to a larger city. So the purchase limit is 7,500 gold pieces. So if if you come in and you're like, I got a 10,000 gold piece item, like they're gonna be like, well, sorry, you're gonna have to settle for 7,500. But I'll have that all. I'll have that all posted in the hand. I'll probably put that out. I'll probably put that as a handout in the
I have a
chat so you
question.
can.
So if I took this spell, hydraulic push, and I converted it into fire, would that automatically set the person on fire? Because it specifically says when you use it, it soaks the person or the square. So if I converted that to fire, would it in turn catch the person on fire?
No, not unless it says they catch on fire. It'll just be like a blast of magical flame, and it'll burn them.
Okay.
It'll put
Yeah,
object.
'cause
It'll
the
put.
catch on-
It'll put.
fire on the
Unattended objects could go on fire. But unless a spell specifically says, "Oh, the character catches fire, use the catch fire rules," then no.
Right.
Usually, when they get blasted by a fire spell, like you get blasted by the heat.
Okay.
You don't really light up in flames. Although I think there's a meta magic feat that lets your fire spells do put people on fire. I forgot what it was called. I think it was called Burning
And
Spell.
also, I don't know the actual wording for your shit, Antonio. But my question is, does the wording for your conversion ability say that you can convert any evocation, or does it say the spell has to do damage?
It says whenever the spell does damage.
Fire
Right,
damage.
so
Fire
this
damage
spell
only.
it doesn't do damage. It just does a
Yeah, it doesn't even do
a
damage.
maneuver. It does a combat maneuver, so it doesn't do damage. So you
Oh,
won't be able to
yeah. This won't even convert. I'm like, yeah, it won't even convert to.
Yeah. Anything you gotta roll damage dice for. Even if it's just 1 damage, you could convert that, but it has to do damage. And also, does that mean that you can convert damage if it does ability damage? Because that still counts as damage. You got spells that do that. I think that may
No.
work on that too.
He changes the energy to fire. But
Oh, okay, never mind.
So
That
it's
has to be
specifically
damage
energy
type.
damage.
but for damage,
It's specifically energy damage.
Energy
Oh,
damage,
okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, it's not gonna work
So
on
yeah,
hydraulic.
hydraulic push won't work on that. It's only for damage. Because I don't think
Alright, guys.
I don't think flaming push would even make
Bro.
sense. Alright,
Bro,
push you back with flames. You're not burned. I just shoved you back really far.
Like,
It's
a
fucking
second,
possible.
Flame? No way.
If it's fucking possible, I'm gonna fucking do it.
Hilarious.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Magical
How about
shenanigans. Alright.
Alright,
Yeah, I
bro.
gotta get to
Guys, have a
sleep.
good
Alright, good night, guys. Yeah, I need
Good night,
some
fellas.
sleep. I got 2.5 hours. Shit.
God damn. Get that sleep, brother.
Hell yeah. That's all I got.
Thanks for freaking sticking it out, though. Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah,
I
that
wish
was
I had.
nice
If I
to
had the day off tomorrow for whatever reason, I'd have fucking kept going until I'd have fucking kept going
Damn, high
Till
school
the sun
level
broke,
right
son.
until the sun broke. That's how we used to play. Shit.
Like, damn. Hate it.
We've done that. We've done that quite a few times. It'll be like the sun's fucking breaking the horizon, and that's when we're like, all right, we're going to sleep.
All right, we're going to sleep now. See you in a couple hours. Do that shit all over again.
Fucking play
Gotta
like
feel good, man.
vampires. Like, oh shit.
For real though.
The
For
fucking
real.
sun, no, asleep. Wake up and play Smash and D&D all over again.
The good old days, bro.
For real.
Listen, I'll take it. What we got right now.
For real.
Then no D&D.
Yeah, I should
All right,
definitely.
Lou.
There's only a couple of things left to do.
Over first
next,
level.
Yeah, next session before I can be like, all right, let's level up.
Dude, I have that second level update sheet like all set and ready to go. Can't wait to submit it.
Yeah, this adventure path, like I see what they're trying to do. They hardcore wanted to get that setting out the way first.
Yeah.
That way the rest of the adventure can just flow, and like since the characters are like familiar with like where they're at already, they don't have to like get familiar with their town in chunks and pieces throughout like the entire fucking adventure. It was pretty much like boom, here's the setting, here's the town. They fucking let them run wild, let them learn as much as they can. We're gonna give you scenarios where they can do this, and then at these parts of the adventures, fucking boom, that's when shit will like.
That's when shit starts to really start going down.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I definitely wish I could get more like exploration done in the city, but I feel like that's where I feel like it takes away from like the main story. And like you said, like trying to do all that shit like with no money, all you're really doing is going there just to be like, all right, I'll be back when I got money.
Although, yeah, I mean, your characters have plenty of time to like, cause like Sandpoint's like gonna be like the main, like it's gonna be like the HQ for like the group.
For like a couple of levels, right? For
like a while.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
I think it's for a while until they start like venturing out into the Verisian wilds, like away. But then they all, obviously they're always gonna like end up coming back to Sandpoint for like a restock or something.
Okay. All right. Well, then there's an investment there.
But yeah, pretty much. Like they can put a big, stakehold here, Sandpoint. Make a name for themselves. Become great, powerful, rich. It's a growing town. It's a good place. Definitely a good opportunity where, like Waylon said, it's a good place to start building a legacy.
Yeah, basically,
Right.
yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Sandpoint goes from a small town to a city. It's like, oh shit. And then one of the legacy fucking one of the legacy families of a town that's been around for 200 years. It's like, oh, it's the Deep Vales. The Deep Vales began with these two brothers from long ago. A great alchemist and a diviner who fought against.
Dude, that Band of the Hawk shit, Eyes of the Hawk fucking group, adventuring group from Magnamar, son. I'm telling you, that's some crazy inspiration.
For real.
Two brothers, like when you posted that picture, it's like, were these two people, like these two other brothers, like inspired our fucking Deep Vales? Like we're going full circle, like a fucking another cyclical thing going on here.
Right.
I mean, listen, that'll be super dope. I don't know where it's gonna go, but I want you to know that that's definitely some inspiration is being taken from there.
For real. But...
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, brother, but I know you got like 2 hours. Try to get as much sleep as you possibly can.
Like 2.5, yeah, for real. All right.
Later, bro.
Peace out.
Good night. Peace.